Alrighty. How we doing tonight? Hopefully wonderful. Silly dog. There we go. Alright, where were we? We were in the depths of hell. Last stream. Definitely we're in the depths of hell. We made very poor decisions in our life, and we were paying for them dearly. That's what I remember. What's up, Ducky? Welcome in. I think everyone else will remember it. Did you do doggy cam? Holy fast. He's on the ground. I think we'll cover that up anyways, but I think I solved the floor problem a little. Not 100% convinced, but at least we're semi-functioning at this point. Could be worse. Could be worse. I think we could do something fun with this, like some... I guess technically these were going to be windows, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that what we were going to do? So that'll be like a window on this side, I think. Welcome in a Kaya channel. Hopefully I didn't totally butcher that. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Now these are gonna get... This is gonna get weird. Yeah, these are gonna get super weird. Move. Nope, I'm not gonna be able to move that out of my... Welcome in, Rock Me. Oh, dang it. Would it be proper if it wasn't weird? I don't think so. I think I'm too far removed from building the pagoda base, and my perfectionism is showing up a little bit here. Because, like, let's be honest, there was nothing but jank when we built the pagoda base. Like, being 100% honest, it looks a lot cleaner than it actually is. But these are features, you know? These are features that we're working on here. I mean, who doesn't like a little recessed window though, honestly? Like I think we can make stuff work. It's just going to be a little interesting in terms of copying things from one side to the other. That's got my brain befuddled. Like, I don't hate this kind of, like, little jankiness. Just do that. Especially when you're, like, realistically, you're gonna see this from down here. So, like, there's nothing wrong with that. It was a good jank. I mean, it's the only kind of jank that you can work with in this game to make really cool randomness. So, it could be worse. But let's be real. I think with enough finagling, like I'm use some stairs here, and we'll just cover up some stuff, you know. Like it's not gonna be the end of the world or anything. It's just gonna be a lot of cover up gridding, which I think is kind of the goal, you know. How's that second floor turning out? I think we solved the issue for the most part. it's always going to be a little weird because like every floor is going to be slightly off from what I wanted. But I also like the fact that when you come up on this level, like you can't run down the up elevator here. Whereas how I had it before, you could kind of like fall down and then bounce back up. So you just would be in this like endless cycle of bouncing up and down. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like the down one, you can't actually interact with, which I don't dislike that. And now if this was mushroom, like once we get the full mushroom staircase, I'll like this even better. But from where we are, I'm fine with it. Because like now your up goes up. Ouch. And then I messed with the down elevator too to get this in the right place off stream the other day as well. Which part of it is what I figured out is I was so focused. You can see here, I know the lighting's a little ridiculous, but this is my original grid piece, this column, mushroom column. So essentially what I did is I placed the grid there for some reason. No clue why. Still can't understand. That was Drink Friday night was the problem there, which I think I was focused on, one, getting it centered, which turned out pretty dang good. And then two, I liked that it was like slightly higher than normal for some reason visually, and I didn't really think about the fact that eventually these have to all connect to each other. But I think we're going to make it work. I'm not upset with what we're ending up with. It's just causing some slightly weird issues. Too much light. Try that. Yeah, 12 grid window, then repeat it. Yeah, exactly. That's currently what's going to be messing with my mind, is how we're going to copy this side to the other side. That's going to be... Getting it accurate is going to be a whole different ball game. There's a lot of madness going on in this place. I mean, there's a lot going on. We have grids inside these. We have grids inside these. This is all one. That, at least this is already done. Like, I did that symmetrical right from the bat, so that's okay. Hey, Frostbit and Alfredo, welcome in. Yes, no tours. Hey, Oozin with the resub. Thank you, man. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, no tours tonight. We only have 3, so I know I did the poll, and then I was like, you know, every time we do short tours with base building afterwards, like it's not that it's not fun, but the tours don't really do very well, and so they don't get as many views as a normal Tour Tuesday, and I want people's stuff to be seen. So I was like, let's just be patient. No reason to force tours if we don't have to. And we'll see where we are next week. We may have to take a couple weeks off. I'm not 100% sure. It also depends on when we get the PTB update on the full game. That might help as well, because there's a couple people that couldn't do reviews because they're on the PTB. So we'll see. It's a fluid development right now. Had an off-grid, a massive medieval aqueduct meshed into your walls perfectly, then had to repeat it 5 more times. Yeah, dude, that's a... Off-grid's really fun, but it also is... Repetition, I think, is where it's the most difficult. It's really easy to do, but it's really hard to repeat consistently. 2 weeks off just means more time to build. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Should have another build next week? Oh, geez. I don't even know if we can handle another one of your builds, Nomad. But, I mean, people are still... There's so many new materials and stuff, and people are screwing around with off-grid, and they're screwing around with the PTB, with Playground, so it's like, there's nothing wrong with giving people some time, I think, at the end of the day. Kind of burnt right now between crashing and off-grid difficulty. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We've all been there. And we all go through those phases, you know? I mean, I haven't been the most, like, focused on Grounded as of late. It's harder when we're in early access. There's a big difference between the game just being released and everyone being super hyped and then like an update and a half into the whole thing. But it is mind-numbing doing some of this stuff, trying to figure out how to off-grid. Got my fingers crossed. That's when the update comes out. Didn't break too many things in your map. You're expecting some things breaking. Hopefully not too bad. Yeah. 14 months? I know, dude. It's pretty insane. I haven't crashed in a while, luckily, but I'm also not mega building in creative mode, which is a very different beast right now. May end up playing with some playgrounds just for unlimited building. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, playgrounds is perfect for you because you can build like a normal thing and you can build craziness at the same time. But it would be fun to throw in some playgrounds as well. Wouldn't be upset about that. About how we cover that. Crashing happens a couple of times a day. You have to reset your computer every time for things to get working. Dang. Yeah, the storytelling is why I think you'd be really good with playgrounds, because you could really just screw with things and go into absolute insanity. I think. Rock me. I tried to get the crow like 4 times and I just gave up. My brain couldn't handle it anymore. Even with your location, I couldn't get it right. I'll get it one of these days, but I'm like, I was over it. I got tired of resetting. Drives me insane. I only did the wood spot. I couldn't be bothered to try 2 spots. My brain was frustrated. It's one of those things like, do I really want to put time into something that offers me 0? It offers me nothing right in this moment. Because like getting 1 more gold card doesn't actually get me anything at the moment. Now, if we were 1 away from the next level of Yoked Blows, like that's a totally different like determination level. Where I'd be like, let's go. But right now, where I'm so far away from the next level that it doesn't even matter, I'm like, eh. I'll worry about it when I worry about it. We'll get there when we get there. I've also just been like racking my head around how I'm designing this whole base. Chaos is real. What? Supporting 9. What are we doing here? I will say there was me and a couple other people were in the Discord, all crying for custom mode. And it was that one guy for Never, so another creator was talking about it, so maybe they saw me and him pleading for mercy. Please give us custom mode so we can stop bashing our heads against this game for a little while. You got your idea out of your head, so I'll probably get back into that world. Nice. It's always nice getting it out of your head and having a start. Some type of starting point, at least. Then you can revisit it when you're ready for it. I think, yeah, most people are in terms of playgrounds updates and stuff, having a bit of crashing and stuff, I think is what they were focused. It's like Frostbit specifically. That's why he's Alfredo. Crashing. But you guys also build insane. I mean, all of you guys do, so. Build nuts. Driving you nuts. Had to do it or you would forget. Yeah, I've been there. I just like write ideas down. Luckily, my brain works in an interesting enough way that I can typically remember the idea. Extra piece I'm not placing here. It's there. They just add the gnat as a buggy egg you can hatch. They don't even need to fast track custom. Yeah, that would be perfect world. Just make the handy gnat an egg option. It would be great. I don't even care. I'll take either option at this point. Doesn't make any difference to me at this point which one they go with. How did I do this? What? Is it the... Oh, it's this. Okay, that's what I was doing. So we kind of have to deal with it like that. Let's see. We just have to go like this. Even more off-grid randomness. Wait, this won't look bad. This will be good. This will be good. Would sure make the pets better, but I have a feeling they're probably reworking the pets quite a bit right now. Because like now that you have a buggy, what is the pet doing is what I'm curious about. I'm gonna stop and say hi, got a scoot, sounds good, have a good rest of the stream. Hope to be back before you sign off, sounds good. Good luck with the rest of your night. No worries, we'll be here building away. Hopefully this here energy drink kicks in and we'll start hammering ideas out. Never know. Samuel, welcome in. I think this game holds up to Grounded 1. I guess it depends on how you look at it. At its current point, no, because Grounded 1's absolutely incredible, and it's a full game that had 4 updates post the full release. So if you're comparing them like right now to each other, it's really hard to compare because this game is so incomplete comparatively. But if you're talking about will this game, like, will it compete? I think it will be exponentially better in the long run. Because it's everything the first game was already, minus the complete story. But once it gets a full story, I think the size is better. The story is starting off to be good, like really good. I have no complaints about the story whatsoever at the moment, you know. So as of right now, I think it's, assuming everything stands and they keep going on the track they're going, I think it will be a lot better than the first game. But because it truly feels like the second, it's the sequel. So it's like, it's a continuation. So it's doing everything that the first game did really well, and it's just adding to it. So for me, it feels like, assuming they don't majorly screw anything up, which I have no indication that that's what they're going to do, I think it should be much, much better than the first game when it's completed. As of right now, the building's better. It's set up for a bigger kind of long-term run. Playgrounds is out way earlier, which I think is going to be way better for than the first game. That was like, I think the first game's biggest mistake was that they released Playgrounds just at the death of the game instead of at the beginning of it. So that kind of ruined the long-term replayability of the game. New Game Plus was great, but it came out what felt like really late as well. So it kind of like, they would have done everything just a little bit faster. I think everything would have been even better than it was. And it's still one of my favorite games ever. I think the first game was amazing. This should work. Yeah, we avoid that thing. I have full confidence that the game's going to end up better than the first. The trajectory that they're on seems like it's going to be really hard for them to screw it up so bad that it's not better than the first game. Because it feels like the first game on an exponentially larger scale is really what it is. And especially when you compare it to the first game in Early Access. The first game in Early Access was horrific. There was so little content to everything that they're doing. They're thinking on a way larger scale in terms of these updates. I know it feels slow, but if you weren't part of the first game's early access, you could definitely may not feel how epic and large these updates are comparatively. Like the updates in the first game in early access were like, here's the haze. It's a dry grass dirt area with nothing in it. There was no story. There was no, like, the enemies were really sporadic and random. There was so little happening in each space that it just was like, it was quite sad comparatively. They have multiple studios working on this stuff. Like, in terms of the opportunity, I think we're set to have a much better game in the long run. But the scale is so big that we just gotta stay patient. You son of a gun. Pets can sleep, eat, and poop. They're pretty accurate. True. That's about all Timber's good at. That is very true. But I do hope we get more out of them. Ow. What did I land on? What? That? I hope that doesn't screw it up. It makes it look nice. Someone who played the first in early access and wasn't drawn in, this game has drastically changed on addiction level. Yeah, I think it's... The first game is incredible at the very end of it. But I think there was a lot... It took them to 1.4 to really get it to the point where it was like, this game's epic. It really did. It didn't feel like it's an addicting, amazing game until it was like near completion. It really needed New Game Plus. It was too short of a game. Whereas this one, story and size-wise, is already so much bigger in scope than the first one that it's hard to believe it's not going to be way better. What's up, Cap? One Cap Chap. How's it going, man? So I think they're working on a grounded TV series, so I think this time around the game will have a ton of more marketing unlike the original. Yeah, I do hope that they do an even better job marketing than they are currently doing. That was one thing probably the number one thing I currently feel like they should do better is marketing the game in different ways. Like, utilize their YouTube for more than just silly, funny memes. It feels like they have, for how big of a company they are, it feels like there's a serious disconnect in how well their YouTube and like social media accounts are used. Whereas like Enshrouded is a great example. They're posting players' builds all the time. They're sharing worlds. They're doing build competitions. They're doing like video competitions. It's further along, of course, so there's a lot more to work with, but they've gotten better and better at it over time. But that was their Enshrouded's, although that developer has done other games, it's not like it's the sequel. Enshrouded's not the sequel of a game. So I hope that the social media team becomes a little bit more active, especially in these like long droughts of content. Like they could be slow leaking things like the woolly aphid, because they gave us such a short little thing like that. They could be slow leaking little things like that just to build more and more hype. Welcome in, Miguel. Hope you're doing good. I think that's one place that they could dramatically increase their efforts in. That would help the game the most. Because without those little leaks of, this is what's coming, this is what's happening, this is how we're thinking, we get of course we get some of it on Casually Grounded. They've had some really good Casually Groundeds. I wish they chopped up those Casually Groundeds and like they spent a whole one talking about how they thought through like pre-concept or conceptual images and conceptual artwork and how they thought through the ladybuggy and those sort of things. I think that would be a really cool place for them to like make YouTube shorts, just little YouTube shorts, pulling pieces and interesting conversations that they're having through. Superfire, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And Stony Studios, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing good. Laced War, welcome in. Grim, welcome in as well. How's everybody doing? I think the game as a whole would really, really benefit from a little bit of that concept. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you guys are doing good. Thank you for the follow, Stony. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, everybody. That's my hope, at least. I think they could just push it a little further than they currently do. It's not like the game will live or die by it, but I feel like that's one of the things Jade mentioned, is just it would give us more, give content creators more to talk about, instead of like what Jade ends up doing is like picking apart files and stuff to find hype. It would give him things to entice people into the game and into the community while we wait a little bit, which I think is positive. It's what early access is making a great game, but it's also like enticing people to come to the game. We don't have enough people playing the game during early access. Early access isn't necessarily like doing what it is meant to do. No base tours tonight. Yeah, we only have 3, so I decided instead of forcing 3 and then building the rest of the night, and then that stream VOD doesn't get anywhere near as many views, I prefer tour nights to get as many views as possible, because I like showing off your guys' awesome stuff. I want people to see them, so being impatient just to get more out doesn't feel like it's maybe as beneficial. No reason to force it just for 3 and then to build, and then the VOD doesn't get as many views, and then not as many people see your guys' hard work, which is really the whole point of it. At least it's a major point of it. Maybe not the whole point, but if your guys' stuff isn't getting showed off, then it feels a little lackluster. Been slacked, game started getting too laggy, and you lost motivation to build. We've all been there. We have all been there. The new build has helped me quite a bit. But I'm even in. I mean, I feel it too. Without new content, I mean, we still have a lot of stuff Like, you finish the story, and then it's always like, you're always looking for that a little bit more. Luckily, my builds are ridiculous, and they give me time. But I'm only playing 3 nights a week right now. So that's the other side of this whole concept, is like, you guys, a lot of the times, are playing every single night. And I'm just over here playing on streams, and that's it. I used to play every single night, and I learned that I get burnout too fast. End up majorly burning myself out. So I have to pace myself, you know. Where's this window? Is it right here? Nope, wrong one. Building a new creative world for a nautical theme? Interesting. You're playing Grounded 2? Nice, super fire. Love to hear it. I'm always trying to keep the hype up, you know, at the end of the day. As much as I can. But, I mean, that's the part of early access specifically. Without New Game Plus, without all the really late game stuff, the extra story and stuff that you get with with a game being done, it's like you don't always need to force it. There's nothing wrong with playing other games. No one will hate on you for playing other games. And you don't want to ruin it for yourself too. It is very few games are made to be played forever, and I would say Grounded is not a forever game. You get as much out of it as you can, of course, but it does get to a point where it's like no reason to force it just to force it. And there's other great other games out there and stuff. Welcome in Knowledge. Welcome in Honey Jukes. Got bored playing solo. Now you're sick and your body aches, so no gaming. Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. Luckily, we've had like warm, nice weather recently. We haven't had any snow, so I've been pretty upset about that. But it's not snowy. At least it's sunny and nice here. It's like 65 something degrees today. It's wonderful. Can't complain about a beautiful sunny day in late winter. Love Grounded 1, but New Game Plus felt overwhelming. Excited to see what Grounded 2 evolves into. I loved New Game Plus, but I will not say that it was easy. I just had 3,000 hours in the game and wanted more. I'd only played through the story one time, so for me it was a really fun opportunity to... We'd get into stream, we'd do one part of the story, then we'd make a build. And I got to do that over and over and over again, so it made for really good stream content specifically. I was a big fan. Apparently your brain hurts too with that body. Hey, I understood it, so it doesn't even matter. Don't even worry about it. Rated Playgrounds, as long as I have an idea, want to see, and another game to alternate with. I avoid burnout so far, but survival is a different story for me. I get burnout too quick, yeah, and that's how creative is for me. Got a pace. Just got home from work. Was gonna do a little building tonight. I'm about halfway with your big build for the stream. Let's go. Excited to see it. But there's nothing wrong with pacing yourselves, honestly. Nobody should feel like they have to like bust builds out so we can do more tours. As much as I love doing the tours and stuff, like there's nothing wrong with taking a week off and letting the list build. Oops. Okay, sure. Do a switcheroo, sure. Tried building a lighthouse, but it looks like Something I won't mention. We had a pretty cool the observatory design in the sandcastle build from Grounded 1 might be something good to look at. Kind of a, of course, it's an observatory, so it's not a lighthouse, but I think you might be able to get some interesting ideas out of it at least. So Arc Raiders Burnout hits me. I'll be back to building. Hey, you know, as long as you're having fun playing Arc Raiders, just stick it to that. Enjoy it. I wish I still had the same passion for multiplayer games that I once had. Just not there. I enjoy watching Peanut and stuff play Arc Raiders and stuff because he's funny, but I think I miss the old COD days. I don't know if I love the Battle Royale type archetype as much. Leaves a little something to be desired for me. Have a wonderful night and stream. Happy to send everyone over. Take care for now. Sounds good, Stony. Thank you, and I appreciate the raid. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Let's see. Oops. Don't love that. Don't love it. I wish we had full mushroom stairs. This would be easier. But that can always be something we finish later. These are some of the details where I'm like, I mean, I would love to just put some mushroom stairs here and we'd call it good, but until we have those, like, some details just may not be finished. And that's okay. You looking forward to Crimson Desert? I honestly haven't even looked at it. I know so little about the game. Got no clue. I don't tend to, like, at least these days, I don't really look into other games very often. Kind of stay focused on one thing a lot of the times. I hyperfixate on a single game a lot of the times. A full stone chair? Not that I know of, no. More cool things they could add. Stair. Just a ramp. There's only a ramp. No stairs. Just the pebble ramp. It's not quite the look we're going for. Also, would it even place here? Yeah, it would, but still not. If you could flip them upside down, that'd be a different story. Like the triangle pieces, that would be nice. That's another one they need to add. Keeping a running list if we ever get far enough on this build to get on the Casually Grounded stream. Again, I'm working on a little list of ideas that I can tell them that should be added for pieces. Wait, for mushroom stairs? I was wondering. Oh, in the first game, there's this stair that's a full mushroom instead of pine cone like stairs. There, it's just mushroom. So that's what you meant by stone, not pebble. Which it just looks better. This is harder to work with for the time being, but we should get it. I assume that will be out with the next update with the full mushroom and pumpkin sets. We'd also like, essentially it's this, but in mushroom. So instead of burr, it's just the mushroom pieces on the side. And so seeing that this is here, I'm assuming we get these two out of mushroom. Surprised those aren't in the game, but I don't know. This is also weird to me, too. I don't quite understand this piece yet. Not sure what this piece is doing for the game. It's like you get a half stair, and then you get almost a half stair, but it makes it a lot harder to use. Kind of want them to just chop this off. Or they need to add in just this size piece. But yeah, I fully expect that to come eventually. Talking about AI in video games last week, did you see the DLSS 5 presentation NVIDIA had? I have not seen it, no. Why not just shift the floor up onto that grid? The issue is that the elevator is on its own grid compared to everything else. Not that, I mean, there's a lot of grids happening, let's be honest. And the way I'm thinking through this, the flooring was higher here, so it was messing with the facade. And it was going to cause more problems to make everything work off the elevator's grid, which I just stupidly placed this high for some reason. It was a drinking stream, let's be honest. Mistakes were made. So now we're dealing with the drinking consequences, as is life. But it was going to cause more problems trying to make the floors match up with the weirdness that was happening with the grid than it was to just deal with the elevator being slightly off, because this is on its own grid, so I'm okay with it, and we'll be able to cover this pretty easily. Welcome in, Travis. How you doing? Long story short, mistakes were made. But I'm okay with it. I think we're going to make it work in a way that's going to work out well and be interesting. Just makes things a little more complicated is all. Ow. Oh no, I wanted to do that. Dang it. I need to fill that in so I stop breaking my ankles every time I jump down. You're not that late though. Don't worry, man. What, we've only been streaming for 40 minutes. We're just getting started. Or I could miss the whole thing and then fall into a hole. Good, good. Yes. That's what we wanted. Got some funkiness going on, man. Got some weirdness going on in this build. It's okay. Should look it up after stream. Definitely a significant. It's definitely a significant step in AI in games. People either love it or hate it. From what I read, I kind of lean towards loving it. I'll have to check it out because yeah, I have no clue. I don't know if I like the idea of AI in games in general, though, is the problem. It's just one of those things that's like, games are good because of the like human factor. The storytelling. I'm sure there's things that will be good for it, but I'm not sure I quite understand the point of AI in it just because right now. Probably answered this already, but no tours tonight. Yeah, we only have 3 for tonight, so we're saving them is all. Only 3 tours tonight. So instead of forcing them through and building the other half of the night, we just decided that we'll do some more building tonight and we'll save tours till we have more. It's kind of hard to switch gears between tours and mega building as well. It's a very different mindset for me. So switching like midstream kind of throws people off, I think, as well. But yeah, I just kind of prefer leaving tours on tour nights and mega builds on mega build nights. The bigger part of the picture is that the streams don't do as well in terms of viewership, and it feels like a waste doing 3 tours that aren't going to get as many views for people and their hard work, when we could just be patient and do a full night in a week or 2. It all just depends on how many people we get, as always. And that's we've taken. I mean, I took like 2 months off of. I took a month or so off of Tour Tuesdays for a little while there at one point while we waited for people to catch up, and hype for the game's got to be there. So nothing wrong with it. Okay, that looks right. Then this is on its own grid too, isn't it? Oh, why am I like this? I did not make this build easy on myself. There's so much happening. There's so many grids going on. It's almost ridiculous. Into the battle way. I think that's gonna be right? Still cool watching you fall to your death and work through Drunk Timber builds. Yeah. I don't know what's more entertaining. Figuring out what Drunk Timber was doing or building on its own. Not sure on that yet. Yet to be determined. But it's definitely its own fun challenge figuring out what the heck I was thinking about. Imagine if everything unsnapped to grid. Yeah. Imagine if this game was enshrouded. Really. That's what my enshrouded builds are like. It makes me sort of wish we had spent more. I'm not upset that I didn't stream the whole build tour or build competition for Enshrouded that I did. I don't think it would have ended up. It's not that I don't do good work on stream, but I think it's harder to do good work on stream. The process is a lot slower, and so it's easier to not have as good of ideas. Because when I'm working on a build like that, to that degree, I tend to... I do a lot of just, like, staring at nothing. So, like, you guys would have to bear through with, like, a build like that where I was like, this stuff doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be... I'm not as particular or anything. But with a build for, like, a build competition like that, I'm much more thorough in the way I think through the design of the whole thing. And so there would have been a lot of just, like, what is this guy doing? He just, like, stands there. And then I wouldn't be thinking through the ideas as well, too, because I'd be trying to chat with people. And so I think the build as a whole would have suffered a little bit. And then it would have been weird. I've always, like, hesitated with doing a bunch of stuff off stream, because the reason I stream is so you guys get to see the thought process and stuff. And then you'd, like, come in and I'd have, like, a whole room laid out and everyone would be like, how the heck did you come up with that? How did you do that? Why did you do that? And so it's one of those things where I'm like, although it would have been cool to see the ideas come together, it makes it a lot harder when I'm streaming through. Whereas we're just building a base here, so it's like, it doesn't really matter. I'm building this for me and for entertainment value. And if stuff's weird and not perfect, it's for fun. Whereas that competition was like, I was treating that as do or die. Like, I was winning that or not. I was gonna win it or die trying was the mentality I had for that. So I was like extra focused and extra so OCD. Like, it probably would have driven some people insane watching me play some things. But that was one of the biggest compliments I got for that build, was like the precision of placement and the precision of, like, detail work, which a lot of the times was 20, 30, 40 minutes of replacing coffin lids so everything lined up perfectly, and redoing terrain making my own custom icicles and stuff, and stalactites and stalagmites and perfect water feature placement. And so I don't know if the entertainment value would have been, for the ultra builders, of course would have loved it, but for the average viewer, I think I would have pissed people off more so, because I'm OCD with this stuff as it is. And it was just a totally different level of insanity. So I build all the time, just sit there on stream staring, yeah. And like for streams, I prefer not to just sit and stare at it. I try to like get as much done as we can. Because I can go back and fix things that I screwed up on stream like I've been doing without losing too much, but on that I was doing everything as perfectionist as possible. There was an extra level of scrutiny towards the entire build. I had very, very, very high expectations. Which seemed to work. Spent so much time in photo mode just staring at your build trying to get the mental blueprint. Yeah, and that's 90% of the time what I was doing was... Because, like, honestly, the majority of the time spent in that build was thinking through the perfect design, the perfect way to place a prop, a new way to place a prop that I hadn't done before, and then placing books and stuff. Like, so much of it, placing props, and they were, like, so much of it was just my monotony and mind-numbing detail work that I don't think is anywhere near as enjoyable to watch live compared to the stuff I do here. Because you guys get to see, like, the big ideas come together. Whereas I really overthought that build. Would love it if I didn't have to, but I just can't flow out of ideas that easily. Once I get going, it seems things go well. It's just transition and new areas I get lost in for ages. I do too. No, I'm the same. I spent a lot of time carving, because, like, if you look at the Enshrouded build, a lot of that time was spent carving detail. Like, it was an ice cave that was already there, and I didn't want to... I changed a lot of it compared to what it originally was, but I left the core portion of it completely intact. And so the majority of my build had to happen without ruining this incredible ice cave that was already in the game that I was already using, which is, I think, a large reason why, like, Chisel Chip liked my base so much. I don't know what the other judges thought about it. I didn't get to hear their perspectives, but when he was talking about it, he was like, this is like one of the coolest locations that I've seen. And I think that was a big part of it, was like manipulating that area as perfectly as possible, which meant staring at an ice cave for hours going, how do I adjust this so it still looks exactly like an ice cave without taking away from the ice cave? So I was digging holes in the walls, filling holes as I dug through, and there was like specific materials in that ice cave that you can't place either. So they're in the world, but once you remove them, you have to build it back with a different material. And so it was like undo, redo. Like, there was so much just annoying OCD-ness to keep it as perfect as possible. And it probably really didn't matter as much as I made it in my head. But I spent a lot of time just, like, digging out a big hole in the wall. And then from there, just, like, staring at it for hours. Like, what is this room gonna be? Now we have an empty hole in this massive cave, but, like, what is this gonna be? What's the right decision? Because it wasn't always just like, oh yeah, I just am gonna make a library. Those were ideas that came after the holes were dug a lot of the times. Like, honestly, the majority of it was like that, where there wasn't really preconceived ideas. It was like, dig a big room and then we'll conceptualize after the room's dug. I stared at empty holes in the wall for a long time. And placing grids and stuff in that game is a lot harder. You can really It really takes a lot more pre-planning in that game to place things really well. You can really... Things look really sloppy if you're not planning. Very easy to make a big mess of things if you're not planning. And I think the biggest thing I did well in that place was make everything relate back to the concept, which was like my water-themed, the Well of the World concept, like this well that utilized water and did this like very specific concept, and everything followed the concept to a T. And I think if I didn't spend as much time thinking about that, it wouldn't have read as cohesively as it did, which is, I think, what I did best in that build. Is everything was related to water, the story. Every room was there to enforce the idea of water, so there was a lot of, like, ChatGPT, what is this? How would you reorganize the thought process of, like, why would a library be in water? What's a concept? Like, oh, I had the idea, like, water from Frozen, like, water stores memories, and that's what Olaf says in Frozen. And I was like, okay, how do I think through that and keep that idea going, and what is the lore? So I was sitting there for hours just like building lore, and I was taking stuff from lore I found on the world, like about the world, and then I was looking up lore of Enshrouded, and so there was like hours and hours spent like compiling lore and then building too, which also is not entertaining to watch. Be a cool video if I ever was able to put it together, but difficult. Did they add mushroom walls, and are they as good as the first game? They're exactly this. They're visually different. They function exactly the same. There's nothing new about them necessarily, other than some of these pieces, like the arches, have a little more detail. But other than that, the wall is just, I think, a better color and texture for the game. Other than that, they work great. We don't have all the pieces yet for Mushroom, but I do think it looks really good. Works really well, looks really good. I think it is more cohesive visually with the rest of the pieces in the game. The, like, more rustic look of the bricks looks a lot better with all the other pieces. Got your spider? Nice, super fire. Let's go. Literally started holes into the wall. Stared holes into the wall? Yeah, I literally stared them into the wall. I just burned them with my gaze. It's like actually what it felt like a lot of the times. As ridiculous as that sounds. That's kind of how it worked. What's up, pirate? How's it going? Yeah, lore research is time consuming. Exactly. It was very time consuming. Because I was watching, there's a couple videos on Enshrouded's lore, so I was like watching those videos, like trying to understand the lore of the game better so I could better tie in the lore with my build, and there was a lot of research done, which I think really showed through at the end of the build in general. It really fit the concept of the game while also telling a unique story of my own, which I think the judges keyed into. But man, was it time consuming. And then creating my own lore with their lore. Because it was like, it was so cued into the game's story and how the Shroud like consumes everything and takes everything over, and like finding a way to purify it using water. But not just water, it was using like moving water. And so I had like stories, like there was the Black Crypt area. That was when they didn't understand that moving water was the key. So there was stagnant water. And so that area was like failed experiments because they failed to understand the lore and why water and flame together, which was like, and when you just like, when the funny part is when you distill it down to its smallest level, the whole concept of my build was boiling water. As ridiculous as that sounds, the idea is to purify water in the real world, you boil water. And so using flame and water, and there's also like, if you're drinking from a moving stream, the idea is that it's a more pure thing than just a standing pool of water. And so it was like these really simple concepts, but elaborated into like really deep storytelling. But that's how simple the ideas started. Like, well, what if the water boils? That's how you do it. So then there's like a flame altar that's melting ice water at the top of it, because the game uses flame to purify the world. And so there's all these like really interesting concepts that I took from really simple ideas and then elaborated them to really fit the game, which was really fun. Very difficult to do, time-consuming thought processes, though, at the end of the day. Wish we could run wood molding similar to what the mushroom arches have, but on the edges of regular mushrooms. That would be epic. I would really love that. That's one of the hopes I get, is that we get more detail work where you get, I don't want just this arch, I want a normal arch too. So I want this arch and a stem arch. I want the rust window and a stem window and a non-window. I want a arch door and a circular door on both of these. Because like this is great for Hobbit areas, but I really like that this is a door option. But there are times where I want this door as an option. And I want mushroom walls with the burr as well. Or even if it's stem, I don't even care what it ends up being. But I want this detail, and I want a circular window and a square window for both of these. And a diamond-shaped one. And an arched curved one. I want these big windows and these small window options. Like, I want to see more overlap, I think. Where it's like, you see a little bit of it here, but this level on every single piece with more optionality, I think is what I would love to see in terms of building. They don't need to break the game in terms of, I need off-grid placement and I need 17 trillion materials and I want to completely break the game. I want, like, take all the ideas and give me every single one of them so I can just continue with more optionality between each one. A rust door. Yeah, exactly, those type of things. Horizontal and vertical beams that are slightly straight. Yeah, that would be great too. Maybe some more, like, additive type things. So, like, if you took this concept of, like, a door frame, but just one piece, like a single frame that I could put on the corner of something like this. So instead of it visually being a door frame, it could be something I just, like, add as an edge detail. Like, little things like that. Which could be more decor type things, potentially. And that way you could kind of, like, place them a little bit more freely. Maybe they don't adhere specifically to the current grid like decor items do. You'd still have to find a way to support them, but that could be some interesting options. It opened up a whole new world of detail work, which is, like, the biggest thing between Enshrouded and Grounded right now, is that Enshrouded just has this, like, detailing potential that is absolutely endless. There is no limitation but your own creativity. And you distill my build down to the core was the perfect way to phrase that. Thank you, thank you. It's all architecture school. That concept of thinking is how all of architecture school is. That is how you talk about everything. The reason I speak the way I do about this kind of stuff is because of architecture school. It's not any, like, ingenious brainwave I have or anything. That's just how that's how they teach you to talk. You get pretty good at it over time. Hearing your teacher, if you distilled this down to one singular idea, how would you describe it to a 3-year-old? I can't tell you how many teachers I had say crap like that. I feel like this is too complex. I really want you to distill this idea down into one main concept. Where's my pumpkin? But that's also why I like streaming, because I get to talk like I know things. Keyword, like I know things. To the non-architecturally educated, this all sounds like next level thinking. But it isn't. Probably just use the lamp with its current hitbox, but replace the model with some straight material pulls. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Would be really, really interesting to see. It would offer up, like, just that extra level of detail work that this game is missing compared to a game like Enshrouded. Because it's not missing a whole lot. Like, if I'm being 100% honest, like, it is really close to being incredibly, incredibly detailed and good. But it has these, like, few minor things that something like Enshrouded that you can't do in this game, of course. But if they maybe loosened the way they thought about building pieces a little bit, it would drastically change the way the whole game could work. Because, like, that's the biggest difference, is Enshrouded said, well, let's just make decor pieces individuals, which is already how Grounded thinks of things. They don't, you can place them on the grid, and Enshrouded is the same way. You can place those things on the grid. But instead of adhering to, like, everything is block and Grounded minus some random things, Enshrouded just took it to the next level and said, well, what if we just let them rotate the props? What if we just break those things away? Because you can't, they're still using a block grid-based system. And so there's little things that Grounded does that could allow it to get to that level, I think. Because the only difference being building this as a prop, like, it would just, you would just have to, like, put a floor here and make it float, sort of concept, and then build it up, and then you would kind of have to finagle it in the same way that you do with Enshrouded. Like, there's very similar mechanics in some of the things they do at the core. Because, like, Enshrouded, I had someone ask the other day, the crypt fences I have stacked up the entire side of my builds to do the, like, stained glass look are not something that you can just do. You have to place blocks on top of the one below it, which allows you to place the next level up. So you have to, like, think about it before you're placing them. And so you almost could do the same exact thing in Grounded in some ways. I think if you started treating some decor pieces as finer detail work. But that takes someone saying, like, okay, well, let's just, like, let them break the game a little bit more. Like, do we have to adhere so specifically to this, like, rigid grid system if we just add a detail, like, exactly a wood post? That's all it is. You'd very quickly start breaking the detail and fine detail stuff, which they already kind of do in Playgrounds, so I don't know. Playgrounds definitely shows it's possible. Yeah, you can shrink and scale things, including the Scorpion lampposts, and freely place things anywhere, even clipping into things. Yeah. And, like, you don't have to be like, oh yeah, well, I want to be able to place a shovel. Like, you can scale that down from Playgrounds, I think, in a major way, where it doesn't have to be so. The scale of Playgrounds is huge compared to Survival, and you don't need all the options. But you could definitely do a couple things that would really just be like, holy cow, this is getting an insane amount of detail for just a little bit more flexibility in how they think about decor. Decor is a great example of it. And I don't hate that they have supports and stuff, but at the same time, are they needed to be good? It's like sometimes maybe they overthink the realisticness of it. which there's no realism in this game at the end of the day. Like, we're shrunken down teens in a a park. Thing I wish we had from No Man's Sky is the ability to shrink and enlarge objects for placement. Yeah, and Playgrounds does that exact thing. Sorry, one sec. I might be buying some Pokemon cards. Don't judge me. I'm doing a rip with some of my buddies on this Saturday, and I'm trying to get a couple more things to open because I'm always jealous because I'm a lot newer in the hobby. I'm not new in the hobby. I collected when I was younger. But I'm newer getting back into the hobby, and so they have a lot more stuff than I do. They always have a lot more things to open. And we're starting like a more consistent schedule of doing this every couple of months together since we all live in different cities. Get out of here, Laced. I'm judging you. Judge away, I don't care. I'm having way too much fun doing it. Bringing back my childhood in a lot of ways, but it's also letting me and my college roommates reconnect a little bit because we all live in different cities now. We can judge each other. I'm fine with that. But yeah, so we're doing that every couple months now because we all live in different cities and they've been huge into the hobby for a long time. So I'm trying to catch up. And I found a couple things in town I can buy, so taking advantage while I can. I think I'm actually going to have more to open than most of them this time around. Gotten lucky online recently. I think I'm queued into like Discords and stuff to get stuff online and sitting in queues because I'm at home all day and I work from home and I stream from home and I do everything from home. So I have a good opportunity, comparatively at least. Gotta catch them all, exactly. Spend that couch money. Yeah, I mean, that's where a lot of my, that was a big reason I started YouTube and stuff, was a way to make spending money and investment money. So for me, I have money that I get to put in my retirement fund, and then whatever I'm not putting in my retirement fund is me spending money, and my wife is totally fine with that. It also gives her some spending money as well. So I get savings and fun out of it, so it's like the best of both worlds. It's been really fun. What am I judging about you, Laced? Is that what you're asking? But also with a 2-year-old, like, it's not like my wife and I go out to eat all the time anymore. That used to be what our money was spent on, but we don't go anywhere and do that stuff very often. So now it's like, no, I was just giving you crap about judging me. So like, what better to do than? I'm also like a collector. I enjoy collecting things. I have a lot of Harry Potter stuff. My wife and I, instead of spending $150 going out to eat on a lame, not that great dinner a lot of the times, we now order food and do date nights at home. My pine cone. And so, like, we do Legos and stuff together because we have a great time just, like, sitting and watching a movie, doing a Lego, eating a good dinner. So we do that a lot. So I, like, have all this, like, random collection stuff. So it's like, why not throw Pokemon in there for the hell of it? But yeah, no. Didn't say anything specific about you, Laced. I guess the only thing I know I could judge you off of is, like, I don't know why you get beat up by dogs all the time. What kind of household are you running? That's the best I got. At least I don't let my dogs abuse me. That's all I got for you. Listen, Linda. Linda, listen. I'm not saying I run a tight ship over here or anything by any means, but the only thing my dog's done is gotten high on accident. He did that to himself. It didn't hurt me other than my wallet. It did hurt the wallet, though, that's for sure. That was a painful lesson. Those dogs have that dog in them. They really do. You won't be headbutted for a week or two? I mean, guess that's better than nothing. I hope it's longer than that, though. I would avoid that at all costs. Dog is locked in the kitchen for now. What'd it do? You're so mean, locking a dog in the kitchen. What'd the dog do? I mean, if I had a husky, I'd lock him in the kitchen too, though. She's bleeding all over your floors? Oh, no. Yeah, that's a good place to contain it, I will say. Yeah, locked it in the kitchen for the cage match, honestly. I swear I brought... Yeah. It's like it's somewhere around here. I mean, our little dog is finally over the eye surgery, at least. He's doing so much better, though. It's been so nice. He's almost like a puppy again, you know? Compared to where he was, like, he was just I mean, he's 14 years old, so he's not a young dog by any means. But he was definitely, it felt like he was showing his age a lot. And then he had this eye surgery, and it's been like, he's almost back. He's not a puppy by any means, let's be honest. But he has been so much happier. Like, I think he's really good at hiding pain and stuff. Better than I think we thought he was. And so he's very much been a very different dog. He's been sitting back. He used to always sit on the edge of our couch and look out the windows and bark at everyone. And now he's back to sitting on the windows. He's like running around. He's got like some little extra pep in his step, which has been really nice to see for a 14-year-old dog. Not something you really expect necessarily. So it's been very fun. Hubby is so frugal, he won't buy the washable dog diapers for our two girls so they don't have to be locked in the kitchen. I mean, honestly, we have a dog diaper at both my wife's parents and my parents' house. And because he doesn't do it at our house. He never pees at our house. He's so good at our house. But the second he goes over to a house with other dogs, he starts peeing on all the furniture. He pees on the ground. He just like marks everything. And then we finally gave up when we bought those stupid diapers for him. And they are actually amazing. Like, they are so nice because it's not embarrassing. Like, he can go stay there for a week while we're on vacation and stuff. And it's been perfect. They work very, very well. It's been a good investment. Very much worth it. It sounds like way less effort than locking the dogs in a room, too. Yeah, I would say they're really cheap, too. I mean, I understand frugalness. Like, I am the same, but livability is also part of the equation, you know? And if it's not working, it's not working. You gotta make it work for everyone. And that sounds, for me, the inconvenience of locking the dogs in the kitchen and then cleaning up. Like, for me, cleaning up a mess is just as expensive in terms of my time in the long run. I'm very much like not that time is money in the whole grand scheme of everything, but if I have to clean up all the time, I'm absolutely thinking I'm wasting my time. And a 3-pack on Amazon, yeah, 18 bucks, done. Buy it, and what's he gonna do when they're there? I think we probably have the same 3-pack. I think that's about what we got. They're worth it too. They're a lifesaver. They're absolutely worth not having the headache. Having an argument, yeah. Well, in my house, what my wife says goes, so there's no argument that I'm losing that argument every time. I know you have some other financial spendings going on, so I can't necessarily blame you on that one, but I hate cleaning. So for me, like, the amount of cleaning supplies that I would have to use to clean up the mess from all of that is in the long run cheaper to get the washable diapers. Yeah, stay-at-home mom, yeah. That for me, like, making my wife happy so I don't have to be yelled at for her having to clean something like that, that's worth $18.99 for me. Buy it, and what's he gonna do when they arrive is my wife's motto. Yeah, we give Bezos way too much money. I give my wife and I both have the same like, I guess that's the one positive, is we were both the same. So like, I come home and there's all sorts of new stuff, but then it's like that same day, now I'm spending from a different account, but I'm like, oh, that was $100 of Pokemon stuff, or Lego showed up, or streaming equipment. She's like, what is this? And I was like, oh, it's a new $300 web or $150 web camera for stream. Like, it all equals out, you know? I mean, for me, luckily, that stuff becomes like write-offs at the end of the day, so it's not, the money's being spent, but it's a slightly different mental feeling. I'm still spending the money, but I'm growing a business, you know? So it's a different type of excuse. That's the way I justify it, at least. It's true. When I do want something for myself, it's usually pretty expensive. Yeah, and like, my wife spends a lot more. She spends most of the money on small things, and I spend money on one big thing a lot of the times. But I also get like a bonus system through work that my boss will just like buy us something. So I got a gym with that bonus system and stuff. So it's like, it's all little extra money that I can't necessarily, like, he doesn't toss into a savings account for me. So it's like a more, it doesn't even work that necessarily that same way. So I just kind of am like, I just save up. Like, I want to get a display cabinet for a bunch of my things, and I always find little ways around it, so I'm not like spending my actual income necessarily. Very spoiled, but at the same time, I got told no a lot. Yeah, I mean, I do the same thing. We all have our things. Like, my wife tells me not to buy a display cabinet, and then I find a way to work around it to get the display cabinet. She's not going to be happy about it necessarily, but she also can't really say no. We have a good system of, well, if you don't say no, I'm not going to say no. And as long as that auto deposit's going into retirement funds and stuff, it's pretty hard to be like, don't buy that. Because everything's getting funded, the savings are there. We're not, like, loaded or anything by any means, but bills are paid. My wife also made more money than I did for a long time, so that was part of it. Now I make more money, so I have a little bit more freedom and flexibility on that side of things. I'm pretty sure she could get a higher paying job if she wanted any time, but she's enjoying staying home with our kids, so can't complain. But life's expensive these days, you know? Part of it. And without, like, I'm an angrier person. I'm not as happy all the time without hobbies and things to do. And what's the point of making extra money doing a side gig and grinding, like, videos and content in general if I'm not going to enjoy it a little bit? Like, if we don't get anything out of it. Oh, dang it. I think the public would be safe if I had to go back into the workplace. I mean, I don't know where if the public would be safe if I had to go back to an office, so I can understand that. I hated working in an office. It's like killing me. Now I get to work at home. I don't have to, like, be anywhere. Very nice. I hate most people. I'm not a people person. I mean, I'm a people person with the right people. There's a big difference between just, like, my mom is a people person. She can talk to anyone at any time, in any place, about anything. But, and I like people, but only the people I like. I don't like talking to people that I don't like or know, you know? It's very different talking to someone I actually like and get along with. But if it's just like one random person, like, y'all are like, oh, you probably would love me, but then, like, you see me outside of stream, I don't talk to people. I'm not just talking to anyone when I'm out and about. Yeah. I like the right people. I don't like most people. Not a people person, but a person of the people. Yeah. I think that's a good way of describing it. I mean, that's part of life. Just some people just suck these days. Doesn't matter what it is. Some people just suck. Just epically suck. I don't know why I'm building this one like this. It's like a visual obsession. I have a problem with this not being, like, symmetrical. But, like, this one doesn't even actually work. These stupid leaves. Maybe it'll go to a secret level. Okay, I'm stuck. Let me out. What are we doing? I do like that this is open from the back. If these leaves weren't here, my life, I could just chop these down. This would make my life so much easier. Just having all of this be open to the world would make my life really nice right now. I would really like that. I like those emotes. Hey, you don't know what I'm doing. I'm not setting a pickup or anything right now. I'm diligently working. I'm at my 5 to 11 right now, okay? I would never throw you guys to the side to make deals for Pokemon cards. I would never do that to them. Oops. Definitely not what's happening. I'm not. At least you don't know any. You don't know me. You don't know me. All right. I'd feel more shameless about it if it wasn't such a lucrative hobby, honestly. It's kind of ridiculous how much money there is in Pokemon these days. Not that I'm just like not buying and selling to make money or anything specifically, but kind of amazing how much a small collection can be worth really quickly. Oh, did that go back in its spot? Let's go. Smile? What are you talking about? I didn't smile. Laced, I'll just put it this way. My small collection is growing faster than my entire retirement fund right now. I'll put it that way. Like, we're in the S&P 500 for, on a good year, 8 to 10%. In the last couple years, you know, you've been able to do 10 or plus. I have stuff that's grown 50% in months in terms of overall value. It's ridiculous. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. Let's just say I'm enjoying a hobby and diversifying a portfolio at the same time, because this stuff is ridiculous. It's kind of amazing. You get to enjoy it. You have to have some money to get into it, but by just enjoying it, you actually can have a lot of money from it at the same time. It's kind of crazy. I have an app that like tracks it all too. Like, you can enter everything in, and it tells you how much like the value has gone up and down. It's ridiculous of certain things. Our mistake, we didn't really have the money to get into it. Yeah. Well, that's the perk of YouTube and stuff. Just from, I mean, I have a very, very giving, amazing community that we've had some crazy nights of like donations and subs and stuff. But like a lot of it's just from the ad revenue from streaming. Like, even if you took away everything from donations and subs and stuff, just ad revenue from you guys being here and watching, like, is quite a good chunk of money with the size channel that I have. Not a millionaire or anything, not anywhere, not 100,000 or anything like that. Not a huge channel by any means, but it's pretty crazy how much a small channel can spit off each month for doing fun things and like a hobby perspective. Yeah, 10,000 plus cards when I quit cataloging and more unopened. Yeah, exactly. So you were giving me crap and you got more than I got this whole time? I got into collecting cards, but I love watching shows like Kings of Collecting. Definitely some potential for serious money. Yeah. So Linda, you son of a gun. You were giving me crap, and you're worse than I am. I have a small collection, Linda. I got a small collection. You're 10,000 cards. You're kicking my butt. I mean, if we're just talking like bulk and stuff, but I have just a handful. I really like the sealed things too. I don't enjoy the whole concept of people buying everything out of Target, keeping it sealed to rip everyone off. But I really like the card art, and I really like some of the very specific sealed art, and just having one for a stream background is like my ultimate goal would to be have like a, not in this room, but whenever my wife and I finally buy a house, would be to make an actual streaming room setup, and then I could display a lot of my collection, Legos, Harry Potter stuff, Pokemon stuff. And I have like some Pokemon like magazines and just like other things. It's not all just cards and sealed stuff, but I like a little bit of it. And I have like a very specific ETB collection that I'm working on because I freaking love the way they look. And so I want one of every sealed ETB as like a long-term collection that I have no interest in selling in the long term. Just something that looks incredible because I think they look freaking awesome. And as a, like, hey, if you have the patience not to do that, I think everyone deserves like 2 of everything. It's the people with like storage units of stuff that's hoarding everything for everyone, or for themselves. So they can make profit off of it in a couple years. But I enjoy the investment side of just holding a small amount for just myself for like an actual collection, not necessarily a long-term money-making things, because I don't think I could part with them, right? As much as the idea sounds great, I don't know how people sell that kind of stuff because I like it too much. But then showing off specific cards and stuff. Talking about all cards from the pack, so non-special and energy cards. Okay. 10,000's not too crazy. One of my buddies, the crazy thing is one of my buddies, he's been collecting for a long time. He did Pokemon opening streams and stuff. He's my college roommate's younger brother, who we all kind of grew up with each other, I guess, at the same time. He just sold like 30,000 bulk cards and made like $700 off of it. Like, because people want everything. I'm like, it's a lot of cards, and he spent a lot more than $700 opening stuff to get all of that. But I'm like, dang. And then he just fuels it like you continually like fuel the opening and collecting side of it, so you can buy more things and buy the stuff you want, and it's a fun. I love the whole thing of it. I have quite a few stuffed animal Pokemons. That'd be awesome. 2 Sleepy Tyranitar cards that are worth like 190 right now. Yeah, I got back into the hobby. It's only been a handful of months because I gave all my stuff when I was a kid away. But so I'm just getting back into it, but I've been going ham because all my YouTube money, all my bonus money, if I get money for like you get a little money for Christmas or whatever, like everything has gone into this one account, which is like my business account or whatever. So I keep everything separate, and I've just been like watching it grow little by little, and I'm like, there's no point in having money sit in the savings account doing literally nothing. I'm not investing it, so I finally was like, screw this. I'm gonna get my taxes paid this year, and I'm gonna start spending some of the extra on my hobby and investment side of things. And when I got back into it, when I was like, all right, I want to get back into it. Like, I'm so tired of hearing you guys doing all these like openings and stuff. And so a couple of my buddies were like, well, we want to do an opening, so we'll all get on Discord. And they sent me like 20 packs to open since I didn't have anything to open, and I was just figuring out the whole like online like Discord buying stuff so you can get in and find some stuff, because you can't get anything in stores hardly at all anymore. So they were like, this is how we get most of our stuff. And I'm in a small town, so it's even harder to get anything. And my buddy sent me a white flare pack, and I got the full red SIR Victini card, which is like a full red Victini card, and it's worth like $400. And I was like, they were like, and we got him. That was the whole point. I was like, why did you send me some of these packs? These are actually good packs. I was expecting you to send me like garbage. And he's like, I'm in it for the bit, man. If you hit something, it'll get you addicted, and then you'll have to keep doing it with us because they love it. They've been doing it. They're gonna do it with their kids and stuff. So I was like, All right, let's do it. And he got me. He got me good, because the second I hit that card, he's like, I did it for the bit. I knew you were going to get something, and you were going to be hooked forever. I only have a slightly addictive personality for things like that. So I got that card, and I was like, well, shoot, now we're in it. Like, you, in the first opening you've done in years, you get a $400 card. Like, okay, I'm in. I'm hooked. And I won't pull anything this time, but that's okay. It's been a lot of fun. I love the Sleepy Tyranitar card, though. The thing is, like, I've always kept up with it. I just didn't buy stuff for myself. Like, I never bought anything for myself. I just watched a lot of Pokemon content and stuff. I enjoyed the, like, challenge videos and stuff. There's a couple people that are really entertaining and stuff. And they were like, oh, you have to get into it. You can't just watch it. You have to do it with us. Friend gave you a gateway pack. Yeah, literally it gave me a gateway pack. And it's been like, it's been crazy. What's up, Hypernog? Welcome in, man. Bought a lot from a TikTok group called Kraken Hits. Ooh, good to know. I'm always looking for stuff. I just hate paying over MSRP on anything. But I follow Discords and stuff now, so I can, since I'm always sitting at my computer, whether it's for gaming or content or whatever it is, I'm always sitting here. So I was like, well, I might as well get into the whole Discord getting stuff because I'm here 24/7. I'm down a rabbit hole with the Celebration set. Dude, I am so sad that I wasn't in... they've been trying to get me back into the hobby for a while now. And I'm so sad I didn't come back about 6 or 7 months earlier. Because everything's changed. As soon as I started, they were like, dude, the whole system is so much more difficult. Like, I picked the worst time to finally decide to get back into it because everything is, like, skyrocketed and gone ridiculous. It's gone absolutely off the walls. And it was so much easier even 6-8 months ago. And this, like, Celebration specifically, I'm sad I missed a lot of those, really. There's 151. I came in after all of that stuff started getting really difficult to get. And the price went ridiculously through the roof. Appreciate the watch, and I've been working on that Ranger Outpost base. Since you lit a flame under me for it, hey, let's go. Yeah, if you're, whenever you're ready, no rush at all, man. We do tours. We're taking this Tuesday off, of course, as you can see. But we always do Tour Tuesdays. So whenever you're, interested and ready to do a base tour, just reach out to me on Discord. You're you can find my Discord here as well. If you want to join there ever, or if you just want to DM me on Discord, that's it. What is this? Why, Leaf? Why are you like this? Come get my dog. I'm over his farts. I think I'm okay. Luckily, Timber's not very gassy. Kind of weird. I'm always very surprised he's not a gassier. For a big dog that I feel like should be, he's not. I'm always kind of amazed. Okay. Could we get past these stupid leaves? Ugh, this is going to be a pain. Yeah, it was a great base, man. I'm excited to see what else you add to it and come up with it. Come on. Fully girthed out. It is kind of the only way we build, honestly. Bigger the better. I don't know if you've seen the whole thing. I mean, we're very, very, very far from being done. But we're building a mega tower. So this is the elevator system currently. That's the second floor, as you can see. There's probably going to be 10 to 15 floors by the time we're done with this thing, if I don't lose my mind completely. But this is sort of where we're what we're working with. This is the the start of it all, of this insanity. It's coming together, though. Little by little. It's been a process. My hand on the off-grid stuff. Honestly, I kind of stumbled upon it on accident in the first game. And then through meeting other really good builders, they just don't make content and stuff. We've just kind of like perfected the ridiculousness of it all. But it honestly is really simple. The hardest part is the execution of off-grid. Like, actually building things off-grid is really not that difficult in terms of like the basic concept, but it's executing it in a way that doesn't look like a complete mess is typically what's hard about it. Because as you can kind of see, I mean, this kind of looks like everything's on one grid, but there's like a grid, and another grid. Like you can see, like this is a grid, so this mushroom wall is all one thing, but then this grid is coming through to add that extra little layer, and then like this little piece, so it just barely sticks out less than this normal piece here. This is on its own grid. Then you kind of have the same concept where you're just building a normal vertical half wall here, but then placing another grid inside of it to get these like slightly smaller gaps and stuff. Same with like this. Everything here is kind of the same concept. But like the framework of this is all on like one grid, and then everything inset slightly is on its own grid. Which is great for this side. But now it's like we have to copy this side to this side. That's where my brain's going to start hurting. I'm kind of fearful. That's why we've gone this high on one side and nothing on the other side, because copying it and making it symmetrical is its own monster. Not as easy as that's where it tends. That's what separates the kids from the adults. Got the basics, but I stupid started in Playground. And you can clip through the floor there, and you go back to survival. Yeah. The key, if you want a little crash course, pillars. Mushroom pillars are the #1 thing because you can unsnap them from grid. So when you unsnap them from grid, you can kind of do whatever you want. So if you want just like a slightly different grid here, the key is it has to be like perfectly lined up with stuff. I'm making a full tutorial on it, but it's a fairly in-depth video to talk about all the concepts and stuff. But like that's all it is at the end of the day. The key being you have to support the pillar in some way. You can't just do that. So like what I've done here is I'm using this podium sort of thing because we're located behind the statue on this like big cement platform with the light here. And so by raising the floor one piece, it allows you to do this kind of like really freely, which is what makes it probably the easiest. But like, so you can't like unsnap and have things floating. But if you want the newer tech that we figured out recently, you can make things floating. This is a newer thing. So if you build, of course I don't have any pebbles, but if you build pebble paths on floating blocks, you can float these and they will actually go through the floor, so you can change the grid in the air, which is like, it's how we're going to be doing off-grid stuff up on the upper levels. But it's really easy to make a complete mess of the build. It looks easy in concept, but then when you start building, you can really make some weird messes for yourself if you're not careful. It's very simple in concept, complicated in execution most of the time. Like to try to build two sides of stuff at the same time so they can be lined up and symmetrical, or can stretch the blueprints through so I can make sure it lines up. Yeah, that's the smart way to do it, Rock Me. We're on challenge mode through our own stupidity. Let's get them just under the floor you're working on. Yeah, I hate it. The precision side of it is very difficult because everything looks great until you start doing it, and then it's like, oh, that looks horrible now. Like it goes from, oh, that was it's looking great, we're killing it. Because like the perfect example is we built this whole elevator system, and I was so focused because this whole elevator that you see here is on its own grid, and I was so focused on getting it centered because I wanted it to be 3 wide. So it's like normally you'd have this piece in the center, and I wanted a central one with 3 going to 3 different areas of the build. And I very quickly realized that my grid was raised up. Well, we didn't quickly realize. We had a drinking stream. And I realized that the whole thing is accidentally raised. Of course, now it's not going to do it. That's how high it is. So I accidentally placed it like this. And so this whole grid is slightly higher. As you can see, like I step up on this thing. And so now all my floors are slightly off because I did it. And we were so far into design. I was like, well, we're not undoing it at this point. So now we're dealing with getting floors to line up and dealing with like these weird little pieces that I've left myself with. So there's a lot of hiding. But the nice thing is you can just use more grids to hide your mistakes. But you get weird things like this where we're going to have to hide some windows and do some funky stuff. Going off grid, you had make sure you also center, yeah. Because then you could snap both off grid side to your on grid, yeah. It's definitely a, it can get complicated. There he goes again, making another Pokemon deal. No, I was saying it's one deal. We're working out the plans. Working out the plans for the deal. Entire build and the streams you've had making it have pretty much been a masterclass on how to do different multi-grid techniques that are feasible and add a ton of detail to a build, even when you had the Friday stream learning how to avoid or fix things after the fact. Yeah, I mean, I think the bigger skill in terms of off-grid building is fixing your mistakes, because like perfection is just not, it's not possible when you build off-grid. It's just not a feasible option. When you're building off-grid, like you're going to make mistakes. Things are not going to line up. You're going to do something really cool in one area that completely screws up a different area. Like that is, I think, part of the territory of building off-grid. Like you are going to cause yourself headaches that you weren't necessarily intending by doing this in some way, shape, or form. No matter how well you plan the whole thing out, no matter how perfect you think it is, like something's going to be weird. And I think that's the more skillful side of building off grid that really comes into the final stuff, is that learning how to take the issues that you create with off grid building and in making them look good in other places, how to hide the issues better. Because there's lots of issues that you guys will, if you haven't been watching all the streams, like you won't even notice half of the weird things that we've covered up. But like, we'll see it, how annoying and difficult it is when we try to go do this side, because there's some weirdness here, and I'm not sure how we're going to copy it all over yet. It's going to be really difficult to get it. Once it's started, it's not that hard, but getting it all lined up properly is its own beast. I just started with a 9x9 octagon and just build up, then out afterwards. Yeah, simple's good, but I've done so much simple over the years of Grounded. Now I'm trying to take all the knowledge I've got, and build the most ridiculous off-grid thing we've kind of ever seen. You've not played this in a long time. So what's the new building stuff and what's it look like? The pumpkin and mushroom are the newest things to Grounded 2. The mushroom is essentially the same as the first game. It just has a few extra details. They changed some of the windows and stuff. So like there's like a rust window, an arch door. The pumpkin material is freaking awesome. Everything else is pretty much the same, just columns, the staircases and stuff. A lot of the new things that are really good are the Founders Pack stuff looks incredible. Some of these like newer decor pieces are really, really nice. But you have to have the Founders Pack to get these. Not a whole lot else. I mean, the fireplace is from the first game if you played that, but not a ton. Outside of, I mean, Pumpkin's a huge new addition, which, I mean, I think as you can tell, and Snake, the snake scale roofs are a newer addition that look really, really nice. Also known as painting. Yeah, covering up mistakes, exactly. It's a big part of painting. Knowing how to fix your mistakes. Solve the problems that you've created for lack of planning. Like, I don't even know. Ugh, this is gonna be really difficult. I'm gonna have to undo some of this stuff. We got some really weird designs going on. Took me several days lining up each side and making them look the same, or as the same as possible. Was a headache, yeah. No, this is gonna be an absolute headache on this side for sure, because now I'm so far removed. Like, that's the other annoying part of how I did this. Is I'm so far removed from placing a lot of this stuff that I'm gonna have to, at least, I was smart with how I lined some of this stuff up, at least, so I can kind of count the burr floors to get these things lined up. But there's gonna be some weirdness. There's gonna be some real weirdness going on getting this all lined up. After the pagoda and the sandbox, yeah, I mean, the sandbox off grid was very simple. In the grand scheme, the sandbox is mostly one grid. There are a couple builds that are on a different grid, but the whole, it's not like, I think the biggest difference between this build and the sandbox is that the sandbox has buildings that are on a different grid, but the whole building itself is on one grid. Whereas this build is one building with tons and tons of different grids. Like, there is so many. Just looking at this wall, you're probably looking at 10 to 15 different grids just to get these different walls placed the way they are. And so this is on a totally different level because we're doing more grid work in one building, which I think is way more difficult, whereas the sandbox was like, let's build a building over here and then build to it from a different grid. So overall, it was way more simple to do, because, like, placing a grid, like building a hut here and a hut here is not, it's like the simplest form of an off-grid build, because you can build two different houses and just kind of copy them, and then they're at different angles. So, like, that's really easy, and that's an off-grid build. But the whole buildings were on their own, like, singular grid. I wasn't doing this, like, layering effect anywhere near the level of detail work. Like, the majority of the buildings, every building in the first game, in the sandbox, is built on, like, one grid itself. Yeah, that's how the Snake Village is, yeah. And it's like, it's complicated because it gets a little weird when things want to start touching and stuff, but overall, it's fairly simple to do. And the sandbox was so big, it really wasn't that difficult. It just, essentially, the grid started off at the angle of the sandbox, the sand castle in the sandbox, and then I built a massive wall on a separate grid around the entire inside of the sandbox, like the red walls of it. And then on accident almost, I was like, oh, I can build a building off of this square wall. But because the sandcastle itself was built at a different angle, they all just kind of connected to each other really easily. So it was a lot more simple to do. And it was just like, oh, I want the bathhouse is a great example. Like, I just built it off of the retaining wall that went around the whole thing. And then you build the floors, the pebble floors and stuff, the foundations into each other. And if there's slight changes in height and stuff, you just throw a ramp on it, and it just feels like a natural, like, medieval road. Whereas this is like, you're lining up floors with walls that are on different levels, and the heights slightly change, and then you make a mistake with the elevator, and this is at a different height than the rest of it, and cause a lot more headaches in a build like this. Kind of what I was thinking too. It's more of an art thing than an exact science when it comes to multi-grid. Yeah. Unless you're off-grid, off-grid nomad, he's got that is almost, that's like it's art, but it's almost down to a science with the way he's doing circles and stuff. It's a totally different monster that he's doing. Like, I don't even, that stuff makes my head hurt. His carousel build, that's like 100 grids to make I mean, the whole build is almost smaller than this room. And then it's just a vertical wall rotated 100 times into a perfect circle, and then everything is like meets in the middle. And it's just like, dude, how? How the heck? Got a question. Is there a reason why you don't lay out a nearly complete building, but just more flat and boxy, and then add depth and details with multi-grids afterwards? That's kind of how I thought about it, but in terms of the space that we had, it was pretty much, I had this laid out as a blueprint. So I had these walls and this, like the side walls and then the front wall sort of laid out as a, you want to think through it, is like I did this on this side, and then I was like, okay, well, where do we add the detail? Let me move this over here, and then we'll start doing that. And so I guess it looks maybe like I didn't do that as much, but I'd say to a certain degree that's kind of what I did. I guess we kind of have to think this through, since this is built on, I might be able to bring this over to this side now that I think about it. I may not have to make this quite as complicated as I think I do. I'm not 100% sure though. But I kind of have to see, oops, don't do that. Clicking my Bluetooth button. It's just kind of a weird mental way to think through these details, I guess. The depth kind of has to happen in the process of it, I guess, if that makes sense. There's not really a science to how I think through it. But it's a little bit easier for me to mentally do the detail here and then go up and like carry the details up than it is to build the box and then remove things. I think if I was doing if I had the handy nat, I think I would think of it in terms more that way, where it would be a build it up as a box and then remove things and chip away at it. But without the handy nat, it feels like I have to build from the bottom to the top instead of build and then remove, because it's so annoying to place. Like every time I want to remove a piece, I have to then build a scaffolding tower to get to that spot I'm working on. So mentally, without the handy nat, it's easier in survival, at least. It's easier to build from the bottom up the way I did, which kind of forces my hand. Whereas if I have to remove these things, then it's like, if I want to remove these pieces, and I'm either destroying them and they're falling all over the place because there's burr and all sorts of randomness in the pumpkins, or I have to move them to another spot and then I'm like constantly moving blocks. So it's I think it's probably more of a survival thing, and like, yeah, you're stuck in the handy nat mentality. So I think it's like an order of operations thing more than anything, I think, is the way I'd think through it. Because it's really hard to build tall buildings like this with this much detail in survival. I don't expect anyone to like go through the mental torture that I put myself through to do this stuff, because it's stupidity at times. Like, there is definitely a level of insanity that goes through my head while I'm doing this. But if you break it out down into like smaller pieces, I think it's just a little easier overall to think through. Take some free time to rewatch the most productive stream of you building that side. Yeah, I think a lot of people would learn a lot about it. I think it's more simple than it seems. It's just how willing are you to sit here and screw with it, you know? Like, are you willing to just sit and place the grid over and over again until it works? I think is what it comes down to. More often than not. Because overall, it's not... Like, the patterning and stuff looks really complicated, but overall, it's not... It's not that bad. And you could simplify this, too, where, like, this piece here is a grid, this is a grid, and then I made this wall a grid again, because my brain wanted these really tight tolerances you see here, where these are, like, on top of each other. Honestly, looking back... The distance between them wouldn't have made as big of a difference if I would have just done this and then placed the pumpkin on its own grid and not added 3 grids to that spot. Like, really looking at the thickness of this, the gap would have been... It really wouldn't have been that big of a difference, but I was, like, so hell-bent on these really tight tolerances that I placed multiple grids. So I think you could simplify it as well and just do, instead of 3 grid walls, you could do 2 grid walls. Why is his dog bed upside down? That bugged me. He likes it, the bottom of it's cold. It's a cooler in my office with all the stream lights and stuff. My office gets warm. So he prefers the cold side of the bed, essentially, is what it is. He won't lay on the top of it because it's all fuzzy. He's a princess. He's a little princess. Everything's got to be perfect for him. But yeah, with the stream lights specifically, my office does get a little toasty by the end of stream. I'm almost about to go plug my AC unit in because my office is hot because it was really warm today. Which... I might do that, yeah. When I say I dig deep for the real answers, hey. Asking the real questions. You know, you never know. It seems like insanity, and then my dog doesn't like being hot. That's all it is. His life and goal, his goal in life, well, his goal in life is stay cool. That's all he cares about. And so, yeah, that's it. It's not that deep. It isn't too deep. He just likes the cold side. It's like flipping your pillow over when it's hot, and you get the nice cold side of the pillow. Yeah, he's a hairy boy, and we've had a very, very, very mild winter, so he gets hot too easy. Thinking of doing a series building famous and well-known buildings and locations from real life, from like floor plans, etc., and playgrounds. That'd be interesting. I would highly suggest checking out. So we did you'll see once we're a ways off. I've been so busy, I haven't had time to work on my off-grid tutorial video that goes through all of this stuff and like really in depth. But we did a stream a couple months ago. You know, let's just find it for everyone, honestly. I think it's worth it, especially if you're thinking about that. I think it would blow your mind to see what is out there. Give me 1 sec. I think it's this one. Oh no, what am I doing? Guys on that. Bear with. Oh my gosh, I suck. Oh geez, what am I doing? Okay. 1 sec, sorry. Where? Yeah, here we go. This is the video. Watch this, Hypernog, at about... You can watch as much or as little as you want of it to see the, honestly, some of the craziest off-grid stuffs, but Artebros is a French grounded builder, and he builds with this guy, Isbergel, and they have built the most realistic cathedrals that I've ever seen. They are freaking-sane. So we get into some of his cathedrals around 2 hours in that video. He's got other stuff before it, but about 2 hours, we start showing off some of his ridiculous cathedrals. Him and Isbergel are the kings of off-grid building. Like, they are insane. I'm just starting. Like, this build, I think, is getting towards the level of off-grid building that they have done. But if you're looking, they only build... They have a lot of really cool little builds, but their mega build stuff is like, they are like realistic cathedrals, and they're based off of like the Notre Dame and the Sagrada Familia. Like, there's so many things that they've built that are built and referenced off of real cathedrals and stuff. So if at around 2 hours we start showing off the cathedrals, and he's got a new cathedral going that's like one of the craziest things I've ever freaking seen in my life, that he hasn't shown off yet. And in terms of like realistic buildings, they are insane. Like, this is really cool, but like fantasy tower stuff, they build like legit, being like French. They have a lot of references of crazy cathedrals and stuff, and they're insane. Like, they're so freaking cool, and they might give you some really cool ideas for reference and stuff. Yeah, build Princess Peach's castle from Mario 64 and Grounded 1 Survival from a floor plan, and I love building from reference. Yeah, you'll get a lot of cool ideas of how to build like realistic builds from around the world, like famous buildings and stuff, with their ideas, I think. We had a way to dye the walls different colors. I want to see some builds. The Gothic Cathedral all over TikTok. That would be really cool. How on earth do I invert the small triangles? All different materials, trying to make different angles and support platforms. Just invert these. It's just T on PC, but it's the... I guess it's hard. I can't show it, but it's the T next to like close the blueprint for me. So it's whatever that last setting is. It just inverts them, and then you can rotate whatever you want, if that's what you're talking about. Off-grid somewhere. What's a king to a god? No, I mean, honestly, that's the crazy thing is Off-grid wasn't even doing this stuff, but he is the next god. They are the OGs of off-grid building. Doesn't show on Xbox. There's got to be something. Who builds on Xbox that knows how that one works? It's definitely an option on Xbox. I know for a fact. It is only the small ones. You can't, or no, you can invert. Yeah, you can invert both. I don't know what I'm doing. What is this? The flip variant, like the flip option on Xbox. Y? Try Y. You may have to set it. You may have to go into your, oh, it's right thumbstick. All right, try that too. You may have to go in and set it too, in your keyboard or controller settings. I guess it does show. I would assume this would be the natural. Yeah, right stick for me. It would be right stick. would be flip, whatever this setting is. So if you go into controller and figure out what flip building is set as, it'll tell you too. Was in that stream. I took the column design and used it in my build. All right, perfect, man. Let's go. That's awesome. Love to know that you were there. My brain's like half wanting to start this other side and half just absolutely having no interest in it. But yeah, they've done some... Isburgle and Arteros have done some really cool things. Our thumbstick, yeah. Seems like that's the consistent one. I don't know what Alfredo's smoking over there. It's in his own world. What do you mean you're being stupid and eating chocolate? That sounds like an intelligent decision. Game's updating right now, and I'm not in game. I forget everything. Dude, I can't remember anything. When I'm in game, I can't remember anything. What's wrong with eating chocolate when you're sick? That sounds like a good way to cure the depressive thoughts of being sick. Sounds like a good idea to me. Now we have to start figuring out how the heck are we gonna lay this crafting storage room out? Makes you more congested? I mean, that's what the NyQuil's for, right? We're in the spirit world. Wait, why is this half off? Dang it. Oh. No, you're just a G, you know? Laced, you're just a G. That's congested. Do my frames drop every time we go up that elevator? For you guys? I feel like I'm looking at my build and I'm starting to get FPS drop on OBS when we go up this thing. Just OBS. Skippy, I'm a G. Alright, I'm gonna turn my AC on real quick. 1 second. Got you, Timmy. I got you. Noticed an irregularity? An irregular... Oh my gosh. Irregularity in your bird floor pattern. Not sure if you want to know because once you see it, you can't. Oh, what have you done to me? What? What? What do you mean? Where? What's the irregularity? Why can't I not say this word right now? What's off? I have to know now so we can fix it. You can flip the pattern on the concave curve. Oh. Oh. So like... Oh, no, we gotta fix that. I mean, you had me worried there like it was something bad. That's easy to fix. I can do that all day. That's the easiest fix we could have hoped for. I thought I was like, you're 1/4 block off or something, you know. Craving sweet, your body might need electrolytes, Gatorade. That could do it. Congrats on the Enshrouded build win. I was watching their channel and saw it come up, and I was like, my man, thank you, man. I'm so happy that I won that. I was like... Not that I care at the end of the day, like, let's be honest. But I do have a local troll that was absolutely hating on that build. And was like, there's no way you're going to win. And I'm like, I'm the type of person that's like, my life goal is to prove that kind of person wrong just because I think it's funny. Like, tell me I can't do something and I'll prove to you that I'm better than you ever thought I was kind of person. And so I was like, not just, I wanted to win more than anything, not just for the troll, let's be honest. I really wanted to win that, and then having my troll start talking crap that I couldn't win was like, oh, now we're really winning. Like, we were going to win. I was going to do whatever it took to win. But then it was like, oh, no, this guy is going to learn that I am that petty of a person. Like, oh no, now you've really done it. Now we're really going to win. And we're not just going to win, like, we're going to be the best. I'm not going to leave any doubt. Like, we're going to be the best of the best. Because that's just how I roll. And I wanted to win because I love that game so much. For a builder that make content on building, it was like having my name in what I would argue is the best building game ever made. Was like, come on, like, how do I not try to win a build competition where they put your name in the game forever? In one of the best games I've ever played, survival games at least. I freaking loved building in that game, so I was like, I wanted to win, no matter what. And then that took it to another level. I was like, no, you don't know what you poked the beast. Don't poke the beast if you don't know what you're talking about. And he done poked the beast. Oh, jeez. Okay. My FPS dropped to 0. And I got hit by like 5 dirt clods. I didn't want to make that fight anyways. Congrats on the Shrouded win, big go. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to win that competition from the second I saw that they were doing it anyways, so. Now, as I missed out on the other competitions that they did. The timing was really bad for me. The timing of the competitions, like one of them was like 2 weeks, and they allowed people who had been working on builds for 6 months beforehand when the game had released. Like, I was like so far behind. But I was like, oh, I'm competing. Like, they added so much new stuff that, like, from the previous build competition, they had added the 360-degree rotation to the game as well. So I was like, everything had changed. It had gotten so much better. I had more time building in the game as well. Oh, clutch. You're welcome, Chip. You are welcome. That was as clutch as it gets. But so I wanted to win beforehand. You could ask my wife. She was like, I was annoying. I was like, I want to win this thing so bad. So I just kept going and going. But then, yeah. Once the troll came in and was like, you'll never win that competition. You suck at building. I was like, oh, now we're really going to win. You done poked the bear. You done poked the Build-A-Bear. And now you gonna learn. And funnily enough, we won the competition and he hasn't come back. So it was like a double win for me, because he's just disappeared. He's completely disappeared from the channel after I won that competition, because that was his main selling point. So I was like, it's honestly like, it's almost more satisfying to win the competition specifically so he has nothing to say, or they, whoever they are, because they've just left us alone. And so the community's been better for it at the end of the day. So it's like it's honestly even more satisfying because that happened. Troy added +5 determination. Yeah, he really did. I already had 100% determination, but he took it to 105%. Never poke a Build-A-Bear, right? OCD about those lines in the burr and your Eiffel Tower flooring. I didn't even notice it in your build till right now. I mean, there's a lot going on, but I want to show my halfway progress on a little 60-second video on Discord, but I'm too selfish. I don't want to spoil anything. I mean, I don't blame you. I get that. That, honestly, that was kind of like part of the decision to not stream any of my build. Like, not that I was worried about... I knew my build would stand for itself, like, in terms of the concept and the idea and everything. I knew it would stand on its own. And I wasn't really worried about people stealing my ideas necessarily or anything. But I was kind of like, you know, it makes a lot of sense to not let anyone see any of it. That way, there's no, like, everyone gets to be surprised by the whole thing at the end of the day, at the same time. So I was like, it was like a double whammy. We all share ideas, so it's not stealing ideas, but I wanted it to be kind of a selfish surprise, to be like everyone kind of comes on stream and is like, dude, what the heck are you doing? Is that... It's like this. Yeah, I gotta do it like that. That way all these lines line up. That's the key. But it was like, you know, if we're going to do it and we want to win, like, I kind of want everyone to just be surprised and get to see it for the first time. And we showed off a little bit of it, of course, but not a lot. So I don't blame you. I think it's fun at the end of the day to do it that way. The anticipation and like seeing cool things without having ever seen it, I think is a fun way to do it. So I mean, if you want to grace us with your cool build, like, don't get me wrong, we'll love to see it, but don't feel bad keeping it for yourself till the tour, because I have a feeling it's gonna be epic, and there's nothing wrong with hiding it. But I understand the desire, because I spent the whole time going like, well, what if I streamed this tonight? I could just stream one part of it. And then I did the one day, and I was like, I can't mentally build the way I want to build. I needed the freedom. The mental freedom to just sit and stare at it. I didn't get anything done the night we did that. So I was like, that was my confirmation that I was doing it the right way. It all worked out. That's how winning's done. Yeah, I mean, go hard or go home. That's my thought process. If I'm gonna win a competition, I'm gonna win the competition. I don't just want to, like, I don't have to do things very, very often. I do or don't. There is no try kind of mentality. At least to a certain degree. Make these match these sides. This is so over the top OCD, but... Oh, but it doesn't work there. You either get some of the lines to line up or some of them to not line up. Probably makes more sense to do it this way. Yeah, I think that works. Keep these lines going down the center. You'll lay on the couch over your chair? Sounds good. No worries. Nothing wrong with getting cozy while you're sick. Thank you, Off-Grid, for letting me know this, though. That was, it's a good little piece of tech to know. I hadn't even noticed that they had lines like that. Did I not say stay? Have I not? I said stay. Stay. It's frickin' buggies, man. They have a mind of their own. They have a freaking mind of their own. Okay, I think we got them all lined up. I'm sure there's one we're missing somewhere, but I think we're looking good. Your OCD thanks you. Oh, well, no, thank you. It's so easy to miss details like this in stream. I typically am very OCD about this stuff too, but like when I'm talking, I'm never like, I'm just placing this stuff in a cool design while like looking up and down and up and down. So it's like so easy to miss little things like that and then not notice them. Like this whole thing being up off the ground. It's when I'm talking to people constantly, it's so easy to miss things like that. So easy. Merry-go-round with the bugs is insane. Dude, you're telling me that's off-grid. Off-grid's build right there. He's in frickin' nuts. The build is insane. One of the craziest things I think we've ever seen built. Next level. Yeah, that's the king right there. Oh, dang it. And Off-Grid has the best story, too. He quit building in Grounded 1 because of my pagoda base. He just gave up. Said, it's not happening. He saw my pagoda base and was like... He wanted to build a cool base. Saw my base and said, nope. I'm not... I've seen that. I can't unsee it. I'm not that good. I quit. And he gave up. And just stopped playing the game. And then came back into Grounded 2. And started building the most insane off-grid builds we've ever seen. One of the craziest concepts and craziest builds that we've ever seen. And now he's like one of the best builders in the community. So to go from I don't even want to try after seeing a build to like one of the best is like such a cool story as well. Still one of my favorites. Because that's the hope at the end of the day, is that people are inspired by this stuff, not necessarily just intimidated. I'd like that there's a certain amount of intimidation to the whole thing, because I want people to see how crazy you can build in this game. I want people to know that this game has incredible building. But I don't want it to like deter people from doing it as well. And he's like the perfect example of like someone that's over the top. I can't do that. I'm not even gonna try to like, you can do it. It can be overwhelming at first, but don't give up. Are you able to damage your building? Is this woe mode? Nope, we're just playing on medium. Right. Yep, just medium. It's only decor. It's just some of these decor pieces. So like, I think it's just these. The rest of it you can't. Yeah. I don't know why these just damage. Welcome in, by the way. What inspires the dev to give this type of tech we need to off-grid at this point? I highly doubt we get like much off-grid stuff, honestly. Knowing how the first game went. But I think off-gridding is always... I just hope nothing changes from it more than anything. I think once my video comes out on how to build off-grid, I think it'll be a lot easier for people to understand. Where I think a lot of people are semi-deterred because it seems really complicated, but it's not. It can be more complicated than it is, but I don't think it's necessarily that complicated. Once you get the idea of it down. But I hope we inspire them to just keep adding more to the build stuff. I know they've talked about us being a priority in this game compared to the first one. But knowing how the first game, to a certain degree, is like coded, off-grid, and the whole concept of it is always going to be tricky. There's definitely certain things. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I think there's a couple things with like decor that they could build more decor pieces like lamps and stuff based off of lamps and those types of things that would allow us to build off some details off grid easier instead of committing to like everything has to be like door frames and all that stuff are built on the grid. That some more of that like columns and little things like that could potentially become decor pieces instead of grid pieces. I think is our best bet, but I also have been impressed with what they've come up with so far, so you never quite know what we're going to get. I was intimidated first because I literally wasn't, but after watching and being part of the community became inspiring once your first mega build was considered. In the great words, insane. I knew I was good. Yeah, I think it's time. I think that's what most people miss, is that the majority of this is just time. Most people don't spend enough time on their builds to, like, a lot of people, it's like art. Like, everyone goes and wants to make an amazing art, like drawing, hand drawing or painting, and they expect it to be done in 5 hours. And most people are working 200 hours on a painting or 500 hours or 1,000 hours on a painting, and that's why they're good. And so it's a lot of the times it's just spending more time than you think. Everything takes more time than you think in life, honestly, if I've learned anything. All the builds were top tier that night. That was a great night. Yeah, it was a really good night. Said builders are getting a lot more coming down the road, like shapes, angles, and loads more to build with, so that hopefully is a game changer. Yeah. I mean, I know, like, certain things I doubt are going to change. Like, I doubt we get these pieces to be angled at the end of the day, if they find a way, but so far they haven't changed like the grid at all. Everything on that stayed the same, but so I find it semi unlikely that we get like vertical pieces that can be placed on the grid. I would be really happy with it because it would make a lot of this a lot easier. It would open up a lot of options, but it starts making for some really weird grid designs when you can build angled pieces out from this. I don't think it's impossible, but something about it, why they didn't do it in the first game, is it's complicated for like code-wise. But as long as they keep like more pumpkin-type materials, new pieces, new designs, like all of that keeps going, lots more decor pieces, the hot tub, like things like the hot tub and the, like in the first game, the mantis, like water fountain thing, like cool decor pieces, a lot of that would really go a long way. I'll take whatever they can get though. You have a Daco and she's crushing you, or at least that's the way it feels right now with body aches. I mean, my dog, he sits on me all the time. That's his favorite thing to do, is sit on my chest. He sits right on me all the time. I always love it. I need to post a video of it, but there's that, there's like a TikTok like, oh, what a distinguished gentleman. Look how he's sitting. He sits on our couch as if like, you know, a king kind of sits in their throne with like the big armrest. And so he'll sit in the corner of our sectional with one arm up on the edge of it, and then he leans into the corner of it, and he just like lounges, like sitting back. And I can't, every time I see it, I think of that meme. Every time. It is so funny. Kills me every time. He's such a distinguished gentleman. But then if I'm sitting on the couch, he'll do that to me, but he'll sit back and then lay on me. He's an absolute goofball. Close is not close enough with Timber. He's always got to be right on me. Like, Like he puts his face like as close as possible, and he just like shoves it into my cheek. How's it going, Dino? Welcome in. It's going good. Going good. Just building away. I need to keep processing bricks. I keep forgetting. I will say, we're probably going to get more into the way you were thinking, Alfredo, in terms of how the way you were talking about like just building out and then taking away from stuff on these secondary floors, I think is probably going to be a slight change up in the way this thing is built. Since I don't know what I'm doing for the side designs yet. I don't know if they're going to have as much detail as the front necessarily. So they might end up a little bit more in terms of how you were thinking through building, but with the handy gnat. Potentially. We'll see. It's always a potentially, but I think we very much... It's going to be a little bit easier to think through this whole thing. Building out the top here. Oh! Did you... What? Wait, it did show up. What the heck? Did you really? You're on YouTube. Why is that not showing? Hold on a second. I was wondering why you said thanks to Dino. I was like, what the heck? What the heck? Well, thank you, Dino. My notification didn't show up for some reason. It always shows that. It's really weird. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Sorry I missed that. I don't know why my thing's not telling me. It always tells me when that happens. Yeah, 5. There we go. Well, thank you, man. Thank you for the support. You are awesome. Thank you for letting me know, guys. I don't know why that notification's not working. Didn't even show up in my chat for some reason. What the heck? Need the half wall to do the 45-degree angle. Yeah, that would be really nice. Really weirded out that my... What are you doing, streamer bot? Prefer using only pillars for off-grid building. Are scaffolding or foundations any good? In theory, they all work the same. It is a lot easier with pillars. So, like, if you go check out the early Grounded 2 streams, everything we did... I have to fix that. Everything we did was with scaffolding. Because it works exactly the same in terms of working off-grid. The issue with scaffolding is that visually, when you're building with a pillar, the pillar lines up with the wall. I mean, one, the pillar has a straighter line. So if you're looking at this, figuring out what, I mean, you can even see, like, these pieces overhang into the next piece visually, even though they're not modeled necessarily that way. So that's the one struggle with scaffolding, is that it's just not as straight of a line. The pieces, so like if you're using this side on a piece, like, what are you picking to line something up with? is the first thing. So like visually it's more difficult because there's more pieces working, and like as you can see, like the stems kind of have like a curvature to them and stuff. And then I think more so stem scaffolding is modeled in a way. It's a little bit different in Grounded 2, where these walls are sort of like they meet in the middle, I guess, with these like visually. But this is modeled more so, like you can really see it on this side, so that an entire wall piece fits, whereas these are modeled so they line up more consistently. So I think it's just visually easier to use a pillar to line things up. And I think the other really important part is if you're trying to hide a scaffolding, it's way harder to do. So when you're building with this, every piece of off-grid in some way, shape, or form has to be hidden. Because what you're doing when you build... Let's go over here. What you're doing when you build an off-grid piece like this, you have to then find a way... So, like, this is a great example of off-grid stuff. The pillars are easier to visually hide because they're a quarter block, whereas you have to hide an entire stem scaffolding in this way. Not the end of the world by any means. They do function exactly the same, but I think this is easier to tie into a build, whereas it's just harder to hide scaffolding, especially when you're doing things like if you wanted to build a detail like here or something. It's a lot easier to just toss this thing in here if you want a 45-degree pillar or something, like you wanted it like this. You can just hide this thing in here. But if you did the same thing with scaffolding, that scaffolding is going to be... No matter what you do, that scaffolding is going to show somewhere else. So it's like, it's just, I think, easier to hide. And the lines are easier to line up with other things. Because you can always just kind of tell this is exactly where this piece is going to line up. So if you're just going to line, like matching a pre-existing grid is just easier overall. Because these are perfect. Whereas, I don't know, I always find, what is the right spot for this here? Like, if you're lining this up. Of course, this is a little funky of a spot. But, like, what's the corner on this piece? Is it the circle? Because that's really hard to line up, and it becomes really obvious as you get higher up and stuff. But, I mean, everything. Like, even this gap is bigger than that gap, and that gap is bigger than this gap, and... just... easier visually to line up, easier to hide overall, I think, is the main points. But that works the same. Pebble foundations are roughly the same. The issue is you can only use these, like you can't unsnap these from grids. So pebble foundations are easier when you're like starting a build. So if you wanted to build like a city and you wanted a grid there and a grid here, it's easy for this kind of stuff. If you're building out different levels and you want to have like tiers of different things. Like this, where you have like two things coming down, and then you can build a cool house over here at this angle, and then a cool house over here matching this angle. I think that's where the pebble foundations are nice. Because it's a little easier to build in terms of like a grid, I guess is the way I'd kind of think about it. But it also comes down to preference. You find one easier than the other, there's nothing wrong with any of them. Half walls is as tall. Half walls, I'm going to end up just merging lower off a pillar. But yeah. Half is tall, half walls. Oh, so like instead of a half wall, a quarter height wall? Yeah. I would take anything, honestly. I have to figure out why my YouTube notification's not working. It's still bugging me. I got distracted, but maybe I just didn't hear it. But it always shows up in chat. That's so weird. Yeah, nothing's showing up. Huh. Like it's shown up every time. Otherwise. Weird. Very weird. Well, yeah, if anyone else gifts something and I don't notice, let me know. Mentioned that way of doing the off-grid because I feel like I can approach it in my head a lot easier that way. After I lay out an entire building, I try adding as much single grid detail as I can, but if I wanted to and build limits weren't a thing, I could go back overall and add even more off-grid. Yeah, I think with the handy nat, that is the way I would think of it as well. I think it's purely a survival limitation more than anything. It's just mentally, it's difficult to... When you can just fly around and move a block and destroy it, and you don't have to worry about materials flying all over the place, it's really easy to just be like, oh, cool, like, easy. But when you're like, okay, if I destroy this, I lose all that material, it becomes a different challenge. How many lights per square did you put in the floor to make them glow through the lines? There's one light per pillar, if that makes sense. So essentially there's a pillar and a light on the left side, a pillar, light on the left side, pillar, light left side, pillar, light left side. And as you can see, like, this is showing the light here is just under this one. The smallest amount possible, pretty much. I think I'm gonna make a small enclosed section in the teddy box since I'm building all around it. Guess I'm not halfway done yet. You're a quarter way done? Oof. Hey, it keeps you busy though, you know? It keeps you busy. That's why I like building big. Just, it's a way to stay entertained for longer. Every time I build small, I finish it and then I don't know what else to do. So building on a larger scale just gives me endless possibilities. Doesn't suck as much. Hey, Green Dino. See, I got the super chat. Thank you, man. There's no need for you to super chat as well, but thank you. I don't get why your subs didn't show up, but your super chat did. That's so weird. Thank you, man. You're the best. You have supported the channel a lot, man. Thank you. I think I have you. Double check. I have a list of all the master builders and people who have subbed to the channel and donated. But you have donated quite a bit. You're already, yeah. You will get on the, you will be in the Hall of Builders as well. I'll have to double check how much you donated at the end of stream. But I've been doing it, if anyone donates as much as I think the Master Builder is like $24.99 or something, which is ridiculous, and you can get it for free on Twitch for just being here a ton. But I wanted to make it so people who have like subbed over 6 months or something like that as well, like those people start getting in on the Master Builder as well. And I feel like you've donated quite a bit. YouTube is trying to blacklist you for your derogatory comments towards Pokemon fans who bash on Palworld. I mean, I don't dislike Palworld. I just never really got into it. I can understand. I've never really played it or got into it, but I'm like, it does. you can't hate on it because everything that they did, I don't necessarily need the gun in like slave labor side of things and like catching human beings. That part I'm like, that's a little interesting. But the rest of it, I'm like, that's just like a Pokemon fan being a little bitter at the end of the day that the that Nintendo and Pokemon haven't stepped up their game, you know? Like, at the end of the day, the Pokemon games should be exponentially better than they are at this point if the devs really put the work in. Because, like, Scarlet and Violet was sad in terms of detail. Like, that game was pathetic, honestly. It ran like crap for way too long. The detail work, it was the most empty. When you build, and like have like Breath of the Wild, like if you compare, actually, so Smallant is an incredible content creator. If you've never heard of him, he made a YouTube short showing off the difference between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom versus Scarlet and Violet, and he was like, "How do you build this, and then build this? Like how is this acceptable when the same parent company is looking at these two games and approves Scarlet and Violet and approves Tears of the Kingdom, and their graphic scale and art is like the same. Like they're both the same rough game style graphics, and you have like mud hills in Scarlet and Violet, and then you have like floating kingdoms in Tears of the Kingdom, and you're like, how can you make this and not have the same standard for a Pokemon game that's exponentially larger of a company? Like, Pokemon is worth way more than all the Zelda games in like IP combined. A fraction of Pokemon is worth more than all of the one game is worth more than those practically. Like, the whole IP of Pokemon should just be better. It just really should be better. It always kind of amazed me. So you can't hate. I wish Pal World differentiated some of the Pokemon a little bit. A little bit of it is like, okay, that's just this Pokemon. Like, we could have been a little more original, maybe. Like, that's the only thing I would have to say, like, negative about Pal World is they could have been more creative with the Pokemon themselves. Some of them are really good, but some of them are like, that looks exact. Like, a lot of them look very copy-paste. And so I can understand, like, that side of it a little bit, but in terms of the gameplay and everything, like, they just did what Pokemon should have done 10 years ago. But who knows? Would that mean I got Master Builder? I think mine was 6 months. I can check it out, man. I definitely want to give people more for, like, being... the whole point of the Master Builder is people who have supported the channel over months and stuff. So, definitely want to reward people. I don't know if it's... I haven't really thought through it if it's a year, if it's 6 months. I mean, we only have a couple people who have an entire year, so I wouldn't mind, like, in the 6-month range or something like that for it. I'll have to look into it, though. But I do have you on the list for the Hall of Builders, for sure. I've been kind of reworking the way I think about Master Builder. It's harder to track when I do these arbitrary things where it's not necessary. It's easy when it's like this donation level, this sub level gets it, but then it's a little bit more complicated when I'm like, well, I want people. It's the point is being here supporting the channel. So Off-Grid did a sub too, dude. What the heck? I did not. I don't know what. It's not giving me sub notifications or membership notifications. What the heck? What the heck? Well, thank you, Off-Grid, man. I appreciate that. And yeah, I don't know if you can specifically do it. Why is that? I don't understand. Imagine a Pokemon game in a world like Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, they'd be printing money, exactly. Don't even have scaffolding, been working without it the whole time. How on earth? That is a good one. You do have to bring a piece of stem and scan it. So you have to bring that all the way in. You ever do it? It's really hard to put down Pal Worlds. It really breaks the mind of a Pokemon fan. It feels illegal. Yeah, right? Hey, Dino, thank you for becoming a member of the channel as well, man. Thank you. I definitely have you on the list, so you're good. Whenever we got to get two more floors on this stinking thing before we can do the Hall of Builders, I think. I guess in theory we could make it this one, but I kind of want it to be like a crown jewel in this design, you know? Gave myself a membership so no one needs to waste money on me. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone else, for supporting the channel as well. Off Grid, thank you. Yeah, I kind of want this level to be storage and crafting, so it'll be maybe not as tall as the level below, but tall enough that we can do sort of a crafting area in the middle, and then chests. We'll do crafting on the lower level, and then sort of a secondary mezzanine level above it with all the chests and stuff, which is going to be its own challenge because I don't really know quite what the range is in this game yet for chests, the max range. So we're going to have to see how this all fits and works. We might have to build some interesting designs to make this whole thing work. And then I want to do... We need an armory, a bug museum, and an art museum. And I kind of want the Hall of Builders to be like on top of that as well, but I also don't want to wait that long to build it. So that's my hesitation, is we might put it lower just for the sake of getting it going. But I'm not totally sold yet. I don't know. I'm really annoyed that it's not showing memberships, and it shows, but it did show. It's not showing gifted memberships is the only thing. Because it showed Dino becoming a member on my chat and giving a super chat, but it's not showing gifted members. I'm gonna have to figure out why that's a thing. Remind me at 8 a.m. tomorrow to figure out why gifted memberships aren't being notified on stream. That's how I remember everything in life. Literally everything. I believe it's full 6 full squares in all directions. Okay, so if this is the center, we would do like a raised build platform, roughly about 7 to 7.5 floors. I hope it's 7 to 7.5. That sounds better than 6. More is better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we should be good. I think we need one more floor out here, though. I'm looking. Last thing I will say about Palworld is that it offers so much flexibility to playstyle that people have wanted from Pokemon for years. Make it easy as modern Pokemon or as difficult as Dark Souls. Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, it's like they've rested. Pokemon's rested on their laurels in the sense that. Okay, yeah, that's right. They haven't innovated. Like, Arceus was cool. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed Arceus. And it changed the game in terms of, like, the open world. I had a lot of fun doing it. I had a blast playing that game. But that should have been the platform that, like, launched them into next level. Like, absolutely next level. The Delta Crow, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. But that, like, experiment should have launched them into the new world of Pokemon, and it felt like Scarlet and Violet was just a bigger, worse version of Arceus. Not that it wasn't fun. Same with, like, ZA, Legend ZA. They have some cool new mechanics, but it felt like graphically and everything challenge-wise, like it should have gone to the next level, and it didn't. 43k Twitch points, and you're saving for Master Builder, even though I've had a membership for Twitch for seven months. You don't believe in pay to win? I mean, that's why I did Master Builder. That's like the whole reason, because I didn't want people to ever feel like they had to pay for anything on the channel. I wanted you to be able to earn it, but I wanted it to be like a challenge at the same time. I didn't want it to just be like, hey, if you're here for 5 streams, you get Master Builder. Like, I wanted people to have something to challenge themselves towards as well. Because then once the challenge is done, like, what do you do now? Like, I don't know what else to do other than that level. Then what, like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably plenty high. I guess we should test this. After the challenge is complete, where we start watching the streams in creative mode. Pretty much, you get to be a part of it. I don't know why I built that. Grass, plank, sap. We can get those. About to harvest and call it a night. Thanks. Sounds good. Knowledge. Thank you, Imposta. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lace. Thank you. Have a great night, Knowledge. Excited to see the build when you're done with it, man. Should be fun. I don't have any grass. I don't even know where any grass is. We ain't got grass anywhere close to here. Have to call in the ant buggy. Need my gems through the Wi-Fi. Hey, that works. Your germs. No, don't do that. Thought you said gems. Read it wrong. I don't want your gems. Your germs. I want your gems. I don't know what gems are, but I want those much more than germs. I have a 2-year-old. I get sick plenty. I don't need that in my life. How disappointing to follow up with ZA flat, boring, uninspired. Yeah. I've heard that it's fun, but Pokemon at this point shouldn't just be fun. Like they've already done fun. It should be, we should be groundbreaking at this point. No gems, just germs. I'm disappointed, Lace. I'm very disappointed. I have a 2-year-old, so I get germs all day, every day. I don't need any more of those in my life. Keep those away. Yeah, I would definitely say it was like they set the foundations for amazing things, and I was just like, this is what you came up with, really? Like Arceus was, I've never played more of a Pokemon game than Arceus. And I've played pretty much every Pokemon game ever made at this point. And I was like, that's you set up the franchise in like the coolest way possible. Not that Arceus was like perfect, but I was like, everything that changed was like so interesting. I was like, this sets it up for pure insanity. Could you get off of the tube? But a 5-year-old, how do you think I got sick? Well, you know the pain. Wait, I can't even get up that way. Ay, ay, ay. Legend ZA was incredibly bare bones, especially compared to Arceus, and they cut out the endgame content to release it as an overplayed DLC. Yeah. Welcome in, Leslie. It is coming along nicely. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Yeah, I was, I haven't bought ZA. Even though, Uzin in the channel has been begging me to do it because he wants me to get it so he can get some trade evolutions and stuff. But, I was like, I don't know if I can support them right now. Like, as much as I love Pokemon and the IP in general, like, I was pretty disappointed with ZA in terms of fun or not in what it should have been. That's like every game. Like, it'd be the same thing if Grounded 2 didn't expand further upon the first game. Like, if they would have just tried to give us Grounded 1, but bigger, I would have been like, I'm a little disappointed. Like, you guys set this game up to be so good from the first game, and the first game had its limits. We understand that in terms of, like, game development. But I would have been disappointed, and I probably wouldn't have played it. But immediately with the first release of Early Access, you had buggies, you had bigger map, you had new materials, you had new building stuff, you had a completely new combat system. Like, they took it and they stood on the shoulders of the last game. And Pokemon feels like for the last 10 generations, not the last 10 games, has just done exactly what the previous ones have done, but with some new Pokemon. And they still always are doing roughly the same thing in terms of reusing old assets more often than they should. Don't get me wrong, I love Gengar and Charizard and all that, those really cool. I mean, my favorite Pokemon ever is Arcanine. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the old Pokemon, but we could be making better new Pokemon. We don't have to just have, like, every new set of cards, just like the games. Like, the last 3 good sets of Pokemon are because of a Charizard card or a Gengar card. Could we maybe make a new epic Pokemon that seems even better than the old ones? Like, instead of just making new versions? Like Megas and VMAXs and all that stuff. It's like the whole IP in general feels like they really need to take a step forward. Even though I love it and I struggle not getting the new stuff every time. They should absolutely keep stepping forward instead of staying. It feels like they're, like, barely going upwards for every single one. 7 squares far from the chest. Okay, that's actually probably perfect. I think we can work with that. Love Pokemon, but Scarlet was the final to the franchise. I loved it, even if it was graphically underwhelming, because the characters' journeys are what made the Paldea adventure so enjoyable. Yeah, and I'm all good with it. But at some point, they got to step it up, right? Between it and the DLC, I got everything I wanted from the story and character's journey. I'm happy to stop there with a smile on my face. Yeah. My issue is I don't ever want it to stop. I enjoy the IP. I enjoy the card game. I enjoy collecting. I'm playing Fire Red right now again. Like, I love, because I don't own any of my old games, so but I'm more interested now going back to the old games on my Switch than I am playing the new games. Like, I would rather go play Fire Red and Leaf Green and then get Sapphire and Ruby on my Switch and just start slowly collecting all the games on my Switch, since I don't have any of my old Game Boys, and I don't have my Game Boy Advance or SP or my 3DS. I don't have any of that stuff anymore. My brother took them all because we always played them together, or we owned like one of them, so we would each just take turns playing them. And so he ended up with all of our gaming systems, which is, he's only 10 minutes from my house. But if I ever want to play them, I can. We swap back and forth. But I'm like, at this point, I'm more interested in playing the old games on my Switch and collecting them there than moving forward and continuing. Like, Winds and Waves seems interesting with the underwater concept and stuff, but I don't know. It needs more execution, and it's only going to be on the Switch 2 as well. I guarantee it's only going to be on the Switch 2. Just like Pokemon Pokopia. I would love to play that. I'm pissed it's only on Switch 2. I'm absolutely pissed that it's only on Switch 2. I'm not buying Switch 2 just to play Pokopia. I love Animal Crossing games. I love Stardew Valley. I love Harvest Moon. Like, I love those like cozy building type games. I think I would play it on the channel as well. I would absolutely play a game like Pokopia on the channel, but I'm not getting a Switch 2 because the Switch 2 is the same. It's Switch 1 with more restrictive. It's just a more restrictive console with slightly better components at the end of the day. I'm wondering, we may have to build the chests like one layer in. I'm guessing that it probably won't work if I build the chests out there, but I don't know. I was pretty frustrated that Pokopia isn't on another console, on Switch 1. Yeah, Pokemon needs to innovate. Happily tapping out myself, hanging out your proverbial trainer hat. Yeah, I can't blame you. Really can't blame you. It's a tax write-off because it's for stream. I mean, technically, but that doesn't... It's the principle that, hey, if I mod my Switch 2, I'm gonna get banned. Hey, we're no longer going to sell physical game cartridges because we make more money selling the game at the same price digitally than making a cartridge. It's the corporate greed side of it that frustrates me more than anything. Like, I own a console, I own the console. At that point, you can no longer tell me what to do or not, unless I'm like modding in online Mario Kart or something and ruining other people's games. That's the only time you can ban someone. Nintendo can remotely break the Switch 2 for any reason they want. Yeah, that's a red flag for me. It's my game. It's my console. It's my world. I play single-player games. I should be able to do literally anything I want with that and have no recourse. Comes down to them dominating is the biggest franchise of all time. They got comfortable. A lot of companies do the same nowadays until years of being called out and forced into change. Yeah, the scary part with Pokemon is that they're so much bigger. Like, Call of Duty, Halo's a great example. They just kind of fizzled out into nothing because Halo's just not even... Halo should have lasted forever. It's such a good franchise. It's such a good series, such a good story. That should have lasted forever, but... It's like they ruined that into the ground because they got complacent. But Pokemon is such a big IP at this point, like annoyingly they can get away with it because people will just keep buying things even if they're not up to par. The gaming industry, gamers in the gaming industry in general needs to stand up a little bit for some of that stuff, and like our buying power is a lot more than I think people realize. That like we could all do serious damage if everyone would stop buying the next Pokemon game. They'd have to make it better, but I don't know. Night Knowledge. See you later. The cartridge isn't even a proper physical copy either. It's just a physical key card. Yeah, you still need to download the game. Yeah. That stuff pisses me off because I love the physical cartridges. Like I have, along with my Pokemon, Harry Potter, Lego collection display stuff, I would love to get eventually in my ultimate gaming room because I want to have some of the older games that I grew up with for my son. So I want a Nintendo, like I want a Nintendo 64. I want like some of the old Game Boys. If I can make the Switch work to not buy Game Boys and stuff, that's a lot cheaper. But like I would love, one of my buddies has, they're not sealed boxes, but he has the games with the original boxes, and he has them like, so he can open them and play the games with the consoles, but he has these like incredible display pieces. I would love to display some like retro games and stuff in my collection and stuff eventually as well. But like, you can't do that when you can't even get a physical copy of a game anymore, or it dilutes the fun of that, of having that, because it's so good. Like, I love being able to have those. I'd love to have a shelf with just a bunch of cool games that I love, with some like stuff displayed and a really nice like TV setup with like multiple consoles all set up on switchers and stuff, so I could do anything, play multiple consoles or switch between them with my son, so he gets to experience what really good games were. Because, like, I have Halo, I have the whole Master Chief collection on my computer, so he'll be able to play that, but I'd love to have it experienced in the way that I got to experience them, not just on my computer, but set up on a big screen and on the original console and everything. Because I have my old Xbox. I have the original Xbox. I don't have my 360 anymore, but would love it. Would absolutely love it. Hot take, you can't stand Halo? I'm sorry, Laced, but you've hurt my feelings. Anymore, I can't stand it either. But the original, the first, like, four or five, I guess, in terms of, like, Halo 3 was probably, like, one of my favorites ever, because I played the crap out of online, but after that, they had a couple fun ones, but then they went downhill. Poor Halo, that franchise has been tarnished to hell and back, yeah, tarnished to hell and back. I don't know if any other legacy IP has been managed as horribly. I know, they gave it to the wrong companies. Halo 1 through Reach, yeah, Reach was really good, too. Yeah, everything through Reach, I think, that's exact. My brother is obsessed with Halo. I think Reach was one of his favorites too. With Destiny until it fizzled into Marathon, yeah. He loves Destiny too. I'm gonna have to steal back some of our old games though. I have my old GameCube sitting in the cabinet right here. I have some great games on there. Yeah, I have a couple audiobooks of Halo as well that I've enjoyed listening through. They're a little complicated because playing through the game, it's hard to remember some of the older story lines and stuff. Let's bring this up. The story is so in depth, but man, there's some good story in there. These are half walls, that's why. It's like, why is this not working? Probably makes more sense to do this, I think. Now my jank stairs don't work. Poor Destiny. Didn't do the first game. You have all the lore. Didn't the first game have all lore external to the game? Did you have to go to a website or buy a lore book or something? I vaguely remember. I don't know Destiny very well, but my brother loves the living crap out of it. He loves that game. I never really got into it. Bungie era Halo games, yeah. They do create an amazing storyline. That's when people that loved the game made the games. Then crappy companies bought the games that didn't care about the games. They didn't love them. So they just ran them into the ground. Sad days. It's the unfortunate side of private equity, really. Ruins everything. Really ruins everything. Guess I need to put something in that chest that I can build with. To test this. Speaking of Harry Potter, this lift looks like the flue fireplace they teleport through. I'll take that. I freaking love that. No complaints there. How I do it is emulation with tweaks and a really good front end that dresses up like the original with case art, etc. Feels like back in the day. Yeah, my brother emulates a lot of stuff. which it works. Uh-oh. Oh wait, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're good. Good. Scared me for a second. I was like, we're gonna get rated up here? That's not good. Yeah, he suggested emulation, but I don't know, there's just something about the nostalgia of having the old things that I like. Even though emulation is really good these days, it works. Don't get me wrong. But there's just something about the old handhelds not being glued to like a chair. I can go play around on stuff. I can move around. I can sit downstairs. I enjoy like bringing them. I like to be able to travel with them and stuff. Like that's why I love my Switch, is because I love being able to take like Animal Crossing Horizons. I've got, I don't even remember all the games. I got multiple Pokemon games on there. I have a lot of really fun stuff that I just love playing on that. So I like being able to take it with me when I go. I have Slay the Spire on there. That's an incredible game. I very much enjoy the ability to move around with that stuff as well. Soup better help you feel better. Give you a good coma to be able to sleep. Yeah, that I hate being sick. I'm such a big baby when I'm sick though. My wife would tell you. She wouldn't hesitate in it for a second to tell you I'm an absolute wimp. But I do just always have it worse, you know? Okay, so that's too far. Which means everything is going to be too far. If you're a Halo fan, it's a no-brainer, can't lie. It's just riddled with microtransactions in DLC. Destiny, is that what you're saying? Or which game are you specifically? I'm assuming Destiny, but... I don't love microtransactions, but... For me, as long as microtransactions are not... They don't have any effect whatsoever on gameplay, then it's fine. Like, I understand it. I played League of Legends. I played Valorant. They were free-to-play games. And I spent probably $150 on each of them in terms of skins and stuff. And I was like, I'm totally fine with that because the game was free and they have to make money somehow as a company. So, like, I understand it to a certain degree. But if it has any effect whatsoever on the gameplay, that's when I'm not okay with it. They're not needed for most games, though. They can definitely be annoying to the overall end product of a game. Okay, so that's out of range. Which means... Well, let's be honest. If this is the outer wall, we definitely need this layer to build the layering that we're going to do here. So we definitely need at least this much space. So I think that works. Because if we're going to do everything we're doing on that side, we're definitely going to want some more layering on this side as well. Which means we at least need one block, if not a little bit more. But probably could get away with this floor being here, maybe. Half stair's gonna look funky though. I always prefer full stairs for these, if I can. I always like this look for these stairs. Kind of what I'm thinking through here is that we'll have a central crafting bench area. I don't even know if it's going to be this high is the issue too. I want like a semi-raised platform. We're going to kind of look at the crafting storage tower I made in the first game. In the sandbox area is my goal, something like that, where there's like a little raised platform in the middle. I'm probably gonna mostly steal that template overall, and then maybe, you know, I've kind of thought we could bring this down a half a floor potentially and put stuff underground, or maybe part of it would look cool. Maybe we leave the central part at this level and then we lower up one floor down on these side areas. That could look really cool. And then that gives us a little more room up top. Because we have to have all our crafting stations sort of, they have to fit. But if we raise this a little and then lower this a little, that would really allow us some fun to play with. Would allow me to mess with some off-grid stuff as well that I'm kind of thinking through up here and down below. Maybe like here. Going back and playing Harry Potter PS1 4K 60 FPS feels like it did when I was a kid again, when the graphics at the time felt insanely good. Oh, dude. Good days. Honestly, Hogwarts Legacy, though, one of my favorite games. I freaking had so much fun playing Hogwarts Legacy. That game was so good. So freaking good. Not perfect, but man, does it set up some really cool stuff they can do with the next one. It was ridiculous. Played the whole game of Destiny, then DLC was replaying the game, but they broke it up into like 4 DLCs with minor changes. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, so yeah, maybe half. Yeah, as soon as you get into the, like, DLCs for nothing, that's when I'm frustrated. Like, Grounded could have made... I would support Grounded making DLC content. I would support Enshrouded making DLC content, but that's because they make new things when they do stuff like that. It's never just the same thing ever. Like, I would have paid $30 more for Grounded 1.0 to Grounded 1.4. Easily. I would have paid another $30. $29.99 all day. No hesitation. Yeah, I think this works. That way we sort of like frame this level down a little bit. So we build just like a staircase down maybe on both sides. Assuming that this side, yeah, lines up in the center of that, yeah. I have one Hogwarts Legacy build on the channel. I had so much fun with it. I found this epic mod that allowed you to free place everything in the vivariums. Oh, it was so fun. They had Quidditch at matches, making PvP Hogwarts Legacy would have been perfect. Yeah. Unfortunately, it was like they started Hogwarts Legacy, and then they also started the Quidditch World Cup game or whatever it was. Like, it feels like they just had the ideas and they were like, the scope's too big to make Quidditch in Hogwarts Legacy, but I'm hoping that the second game has Quidditch, since they have a game with Quidditch. The difficulty is that they have to make the broom fly, like They have to make flying better as a base thing in the game. Like, Quidditch would have been really boring with the way the game is currently set up. But it was I think it was a missed opportunity with how good the rest of the game was, for sure. Because the rest of the game, the only thing I'm disappointed about is that they didn't have, like, a true DLC added to the game. I think that was a missed opportunity. I'm not upset because we're getting a second game. So for me, it's not like... I don't necessarily mind, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't complain if Hogwarts Legacy began... Hogwarts Legacy 2 became more of, like, World of Warcraft. Honestly. Like, that would consume my life. If they found a way to make it a... I don't know, live service is necessarily the right way to put it, but like an MMO RPG type game, I'd lose some life over a game like that. You start adding in multiplayer and quest lines and fighting bosses and school with other people, or like going to classes for years, and then life after. I don't know, you could do some craziness with that, I think. What's up, Felix? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Good to see you. I'd lose some serious sleep over that. Put way too much time into a game like that. Live service isn't always bad. Honestly, Harry Potter as an IP would be perfect for that model. I think done right, it would be really interesting. Because there's just something really powerful about, as much as I love a single-player story game, an online world where you're, like, interacting with people in that world would be really interesting. And, like, the ability to build a character that gets better and better, and you learn, because, like, how many spells are out there? Everything. Like, there's so much cool stuff you could do. Hogwarts Legacy was a dream I had for 25 years. I 100% it, and achievements got lost in the Vivariums. Dang, would love to see your mega build. It's on the channel. Check out it's like I made a perfect Gryffindor Vivarium or something like that. I was sad because I started way too late. I got the game for Switch. I pre-ordered it, and then when I started watching content on it, I was like, ooh, the Switch is gonna run like hot garbage. So I got serious FOMO, and so I finally gave up and just bought it on my PC. And then I no-lifed it. I got 100%. I got all the achievements. I have all the collectibles. I have 100% on all the character. I have I have a character in each line now. So Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. I have a character on each that I've beaten. Like, I've beaten the game 4 times through and have 100% on a Gryffindor character. And I have 2 or 3 fully built out Vivariums. But the Gryffindor one was by far the coolest that I spent the most time on. And there's a tour on the channel of that video as well. But I was so far behind with that mod and getting into it that I missed the hype, unfortunately, because that Vivarium would have done really, really well on YouTube if I would have sped things up and just wasn't so stubborn and got the game when I knew I should have. Second guessed it. I really wanted to play mobile is what it came down to. I was like, I was obsessed with the idea of having this game that I could play when I was traveling and doing all this stuff. So I was kind of stupid about it when I was like, no, I should have just been playing the game. But I still may end up buying Hogwarts Legacy on my Switch for the long run. I don't know if it'll play very well, but I kind of want to. Commercials are long? Sorry. Hogwarts Legacy character is an absolute menace in the lore of the wizarding world. Aren't we all? What the heck are these? My actual house, I feel like I'm like split. It did sometimes when I take the test. More often than not, I'm Gryffindor, but sometimes I get Ravenclaw. But I feel like creatively and stuff, I fit Ravenclaw, but I'm also probably not actually smart enough to be a Ravenclaw. So Gryffindor is probably more accurate. I was always also like a varsity soccer player, so I feel like Gryffindor fits a little bit more with the way I have lived life. But I'm always kind of torn between the two. I like aspects of both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. But I'm definitely not a Hufflepuff, and I'm definitely not a Slytherin. I know that. Not that there's anything wrong with Hufflepuff. But I did have fun Avada Kedavraing the living crap out of everyone in the game on my Slytherin playthrough. Still missing 1 to 2 achievements in Hogwarts Legacy, like the ones where you attack every type of creature in the Forbidden Forest. Oh yeah, no, I was obsessed. Lift look works good? Yeah, it works great, thanks to you. Without you, it wouldn't be crap, dude. It's 100% because of you. We could still make it better, but it works. Then we got our little side slots here to get down. And then these ones will continue upwards. I haven't finished these ones, but we'll get up here eventually. Then these ones will go to different levels. What was your favorite dorm room? I probably would lean towards Ravenclaw. I think I really liked the like up in the air sky area. Thought that was pretty cool. Pretty hard not to not like the Ravenclaw dorm room. It's also like a more clean, sharp aesthetic, which is very much my like visual. I think that's probably why I lean a little towards Ravenclaw, because that like clean, organized aesthetic is very much how I think a lot of the times. The Gryffindor, more like eclectic dorm room, would not necessarily be quite my style. Oh, this kind of ruins my window. Maybe this is only like part of this, huh? That absolutely torches this window, dang it. About to say what was wrong with Slytherins? I mean, there's nothing wrong with them if you like killing people. I can't hate on anyone for being in the house they're in, but I guess we could get away with like making this only like here. That might look kind of nice now that I'm looking at this. Yeah, I think getting rid of that, maybe bringing it up to like here, only making this back half or something would probably look better. Bought it 4 times, PC, Xbox, PlayStation 5, and Switch. You know the vibe? Dang. Always do a tour in the build up to Hogwarts Legacy 2. True, yeah. I have like another half-finished Vivarium. That would be cool to show off at some point. But yeah, that game was so good. Amazingly executed. I'm not saying anything. I am making it a little split level. That's kind of the idea, Felix, that I'm messing with. Is this is going to be our crafting area? And so I kind of want to put like crafting type stuff down here a little bit. And so you'll get, instead of having a big flat ceiling, we'll have some like dipped down area here on each side, and that's where underneath the functional, or underneath the chest storage areas, which are going to be like built up like this, underneath them will be all the building operational type things. But yeah, I'm very tempted to buy Hogwarts Legacy on my Switch at some point, especially because I kind of want a lot of what I'm buying on the Switch is stuff so my son can play it eventually as well. Just like a collection of the best Not all of us Slytherins are bad. Not all of them. That's 100% right. Not everyone is bad. Not everyone. Dang it. There we go. The typical Slytherin. Hey, at least you're honest about it. I'm Slytherin, but I only kill when it's the worst possible minor inconveniences. Oh, God. Oh, I love it. At least you're honest. You do hate most people. You did say that, so I can't say I didn't kind of see it coming. Why are the names of these so bad? Everyone is not. Everyone is bad. Not. Thank you for making me say everyone is bad. Thank you. Ducky bringing out the best of me. But my Slytherin playthrough was fun. I can't blame you guys for... As long as you kill all the people that annoy me, I mean... Can't really complain, right? Doesn't seem wrong. I mean, in this day and age... It feels like more people are bad than good. I'll say that. Can't deny it a little bit. There's too much bad going on, at least. Not enough good. That's for sure sometimes. Don't trust people as far as I could throw them in your weak AF. I mean, honestly, I don't trust. I'm not quick to trust. I'll say that. I've had too many experiences to not be skeptical of most situations. I mean, like, my wife and I lived in an apartment complex, and I'm not going to say it was in the nicest part of town or anything, like, but someone used to leave their garage door open as a covered carport. And, you know, you think that would be fine. Like, yeah, it's your garage. You do whatever the heck you want with it. I don't care. A group of homeless people they went through their open garage door and then cut through the walls and stole out of all the conjoined garages. And so my wife's this is not a nice beading collection, but my wife's grandma was very into beading and stuff. And she had this like bin of memories from her grandma because they used to do fun beading projects together, and they stole all of that. And then they stole my $600 guitar, all because someone else left their garage door open. And I'm like, what a way to live. that I do everything right and people come in and steal my stuff because someone else leaves their garage door open. And so I'm like, I'm not like upset about it, but I don't really trust people after things like that. So I'm always skeptical and not, a little untrustworthy in the beginning. I like to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, of course. But I've also been burned enough times to know that I'm not just going to immediately trust every situation. And also, my wife was a cadet for the police, and her dad was a police officer. He was a good police officer. He was really great. He's what you hope every person of authority is like. He was an amazing cop. But man, so they made me more skeptical of everything because they didn't trust jack squat of anything. Or at least they always thought like everything's gonna go wrong. They had a worst case scenario mindset for everything, and it's kind of frustrating how often it was worst case scenario. Oh, it's no worries, man. I'm fine. It definitely sucked, though. I was pissed. I love that guitar. Absolutely loved it. But I got lucky. My aunt heard that it got stolen, and she had this guitar that was sitting around. It's not as nice of a guitar, but she had a guitar sitting around, and so she gave me her old one because she never played it. So I was like, hey, you know, it all works out. Can't be too upset about it. Life goes on. It was just a guitar. But they definitely jacked. I'm surprised they didn't steal more stuff. They didn't steal my skis, luckily. You got scammed by an artist you commissioned. They took the money and ran, learned the lesson to screen more carefully. Yeah. I buy Pokemon cards and stuff and collectibles online, so I'm always very skeptical. Very, very skeptical of those things. Because there's too many people out there scamming. Did do content on Hogwarts Legacy at the time. I found a way to glitch into every dormitory as a student of the opposite house. That's pretty good. To be frank, to your neighbor, tearing holes through garage walls to steal stuff is some Grand Heist level stuff. I wouldn't have expected it either. I mean, the worst part is it wasn't even like the neighbor. Like, yeah, like how do you end up living on the street? But you come up with the idea of cutting holes through walls to get into 5 other garages to steal stuff. And that means they cut through it, then they jumped over, cut through it, and then they like heisted this stuff back in throughout all of them. Was the crazy part, because we didn't even know it was broken into until I opened it for work, came inside, and I was like, this is not how I left things. And why is there so much missing? And I was like, holy crap. Called the cops, and yeah, good times. I don't even know why I'm doing these raids. I need to just run away. But yeah, it was some Grand Theft Auto type stuff. And then the worst part is they all got caught down the road in a ditch with all the stuff. They sold all the good stuff. A half of my wife's grandma's beading collection. Because they opened it up like, oh my god, look at all this jewelry. We hit the mother lode. And then, like, as they should have been smart enough to figure out, been like, oh, this is all worthless. It's plastic jewelry from an old lady. And so they stole the tools and stuff, which were all worth a couple dollars anyways. So they didn't really get a whole lot. They got a couple $100 out of the guitar, I'm sure. But they all got caught. The handful of them got caught. I don't know how many it was at the end of the day, but run away. But luckily, when we were doing the math for our insurance, because we had renter's insurance, which covers theft, we did the math. The lady was just kind of like, yeah, what was everything worth? And she's like, I don't know. There's 3 bins of memory, like, beating stuff. And she's like, well, tell me how many containers there was. And she was like, probably like 60 or 70. And then she's like, well, what are they each worth? And she's like, I don't know, $5, $10. And then we started doing the math, and we're like, oh my gosh. Like, nothing was like, you couldn't have sold any of it for anything. But then we made a small little, like, we got our money back at least. Because the insurance company was just like, yep, whatever it is, it was theft. So then I was like, well, there's a $600 guitar, and there was 150 beating tools, and they were all worth worth $3 to $5 a piece if you had to buy a new one. And so it was like, at least we got a huge insurance payout from the whole thing. So that was nice. But it didn't bring back the memories and the stuff that you can't ever get back, which was worth more than the payout, but at that time in life, it was nice. The time my fan was stolen from was when 1 to 2 guys broke into the shed and stole a lot of tools and put it in the house next to us, and you could see it from outside the house. Yeah, I mean, if people are stealing stuff, they typically aren't the smartest. Yeah, my PC was inside. I mean, we had an old TV, but we hit the maximum amount with stuff that probably wasn't worth the maximum amount. So in the grand scheme of things, we came out ahead. Financially we came out ahead. We weren't happy about coming out ahead, I guess is the way I would put it. I would have preferred not to have to go through it, but we got more than enough back to buy everything back, even though that's not really the point. It softened the blow a little bit, at least. But it was more of a hassle to deal with the whole thing than getting money for it in the first place. Should have said it was priceless. Shouldn't have kept an original Leonardo da Vinci, right? Oh no. I had a Mona Lisa in there. I had a Fabergé egg. It was irreplaceable. He had an old truck I would park on the side of the road, and I used to leave it unlocked. One night, some guys were going car to car in our neighborhood, smashing windows to steal stuff in cars, having it unlocked. Actually saved you a window, and they only took change from the ashtray. That's better. It could have been worse. Peace out. 6 a.m. here. Holy cow, man. Editing all night, etc. We should do a collab. We'll bring the hype. You bring the bricks. Maybe some tiny mega builds. Yeah, I mean, my schedule is a mess because I have a 2-year-old. So that's always been the difficulty for me for doing collabs and stuff. But I'm definitely down to chat and see if we can make something happen. Man, so far been lucky. That's nice. But yeah, Hyperdog, have a great rest of your night, man. Definitely let me know when you're done with that build, and we'll at least get you on a tour Tuesday. 6, you feel? Yeah. Fun ages, but whew. I haven't made a video in a while. I mean, I've been trying. My editing time is non-existent. One guy did try to break into our house last month, but your dog scared them off. Yeah, I am happy about having a big dog for that reason. Can't say it's a downside. What? What is this? What did I do? Go. Could you every time? Big dog, but she can't do see anymore. She's 16. That doesn't help much. Luckily, Timber's got a big bark. He's a big baby, but he's loud. Resolution is really bad for you? Is anyone else's bad? I don't know. Yeah, I had a one of my buddies when I was in high school had a WRX, and he would always leave it on in the morning to let it warm up on cold days, and someone learned the pattern and waited for him because he would just sit inside and wait while he ate breakfast and stuff, and they learned the pattern and just drove off in it. He just heard the car drive off, and he's like, wait, what just happened? I was like, oh, I thought I heard you leaving this morning, but you weren't. That wasn't you. I felt really bad, but I also... Everyone told him to stop doing that. Stupid sucks sometimes. Stupid sucks sometimes. Yeah, bad resolution on my PC. Just got to refresh it, and it fixes it. Yeah, sometimes. She's like 18 pounds of chocolate in her life. How is that even possible? That's crazy. Holy cow. How does it 11? I mean, I guess if it's like a slow thing, you know. If you eat small amounts of chocolate over a slow period. With big dogs, though, they do have to eat quite a bit. It's really not good for them by any means, but they do have to eat quite a bit for it to be deadly. Leaving stuff in the rooms, yeah, that'll do it. That will do it. The worst part is one of these days it will be the time, and then that's gonna feel horrible for whoever did it that time. All right, I'm gonna move these couple floors, and then we're gonna call it. Because holy cow, I don't know how it's 11 already. Garlic is actually good for dogs in moderate amounts. I mean, moderation is key. I live by that. I can't stand the whole, like, don't do anything anymore attitude. She can't go upstairs anymore. Well, that's one way to stop the problem, I guess. Solves the issues. Luckily, the only person who's going to leave out chocolate at our house is my 2-year-old. But he likes chocolate too much to leave it out, so he's not wasting any of it. He gets pissed when the dog eats his food. He stole my food! And then he chases him around trying to hit him. And he can't catch him because he's too slow. It's a whole thing. Alright. I don't know quite what we're doing for this, but something like this will work. This will create something interesting. Like a slightly lower level, and then we can add more details down here. Sad, but she most likely isn't going to make it to next year. I mean, 16 years old for any largish dog is crazy. Forget what it helps as long as you don't feed them the whole clove of garlic 3 times a week. They'll be fine. Interesting. Yeah, typically it's like anything with like skin. Like onions and grapes and that stuff because they can't digest the skin. Alrighty, y'all. It's 11 o'clock here. I'm going to call it for the night. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dino and Off Grid, for the donations and gifted subs and all that stuff. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting the stream. If you're not part of the Discord, make sure you join the Discord. Come hang out with us. Post your builds as well. We're looking for more people for Tour Tuesdays, so if you have bases you want to show off, definitely let me know. Reach out to me on Discord. Shoot me your Xbox username, and we will get you added to the list. Happy to show off anything, big, small, tall, short, whatever it is, build-wise. I will be back 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow as well, and then possibly a Friday stream this week, since we're not doing tours, so we'll see. Everyone seems to like the Friday stream, so we might take Thursday off and do a Friday stream. But yeah, should be back tomorrow, Standard Time, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But hope everyone has a great rest of their night. Thank you for hanging out. Make sure to like, subscribe on Twitch and YouTube. Follow me on Twitch as well. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Peace.